useless names so that I can call you. Turn your sexy draw loose. Oh yeah. Worldwide, everybody hold tight. Gonna have a wild night and party like Americans. My ride's taking off at high tide, 'cause tonight's a good night, so party like Americans. Worldwide, everybody hold tight. Gonna have a wild night. Oh yeah. At high tide and party like Americans.
Greetings, everybody, and welcome back to the LCK Summer 2020. It is me, Valdez, with LS, a.k.a. Larry Seinfeld, and we are getting into the big match of the week. It is going to be Damwon up against Gen G. It is a clash of the Titans here in the LCK, whereas Damwon does look undefeatable. We'll have to see what Gen G can do.
This is like when Damwon beats Goku, and then Vegeta comes in, and, you know, this is mostly because they just beat DRX in dominating fashion. And Gen G, while they are a contender and they're someone that people expect to give them a bit of a fight, no one expects it to the same extent that DRX did. So this is going to be interesting because they're also two very polar opposite approaches pretty much to the game. And so maybe that's where Gen G can find an edge, whereas DRX, if they fall behind, I mean, put the fire out. It's like Charmander on, you know.
Yeah, we all saw what happened to your boy Chovy in game number 1. Unfortunately, he did not have a very fun time. But yeah, I think you're right on with the idea that Gen Z does play a very different style of play, and kind of a neutralizing style of play for some of these more aggressive teams, such as Damwon and DRX. As you can see the standings here, Damwon, they're still a game behind DRX, so that is part of the reason why they are still behind them. But if they do win tonight in any fashion, they will move ahead of DRX. Well, if Gen G do win, there's
no standing change.
Yeah, they'll stay there at third.
So DRX is pretty much voting for Gen G here. They are really trying to hope that Gen G can find a way to take down Damwon, because that's probably the only way that DRX now can remain in first, assuming the likelihood that Damwon just continues to pulverize everyone inside of their path. We're going to have T1 later on here tonight against Solo One Prince.
Yes.
And that matchup is also important because T1 needs to win it if Gen G lose here today, as they're trying to reclaim. And Valdez, we got some work to do.
Well, I mean, it's BDD up against Showmaker today, so we are probably going to have these two.
Let me see.
You can vote for mid with a clear conscience
Beryl
today.
and Canyon a little too close to comfort. We're going to have to go with Nuggery here and maybe some live player of the game vote.
Yeah.
I already slid some money to the KR casters. We're definitely...
Yeah, we'll see. I wish I had a vote. I wish I had a say. I missed that. I have it once a week now. But for week 7 for 10-14. By the way, guys, we are switching to 10-15 today. Yeah. We're going to get to some of those CGs a little bit after this, but you can see how it did go down in the last, the last week that we did have, as Volibear is all over the place. He is the one guy who is always picked or banned.
Yeah, I mean, Volibear is pretty interesting because if you look at the context surrounding his wins and losses, it's very interesting, despite what his pick ban rate would have you suggest. Lilia is here and available. I don't know if we'll see her. I think we could. Oh, disabled for lost sight, Valdez.
Yeah, you missed that one.
What are you doing? What's going on?
We tried to make the font really small, and I just let you keep going so that you can just run straight forward into a wall.
Make the font really...
Yeah. Well, Lilia, this is Lilia patch, but unfortunately, Lilia is disabled for this this week, as we're going to see some of the buffs here.
Yeah, and one of the big ones is Gragas. Gragas potentially has a lot of openings to come back. given the changes that he just got, because he's been pretty much sleeper. Caitlyn did get buffed, and now she's tearing up pretty much every solo queue across the world right now. She is just everywhere, and it's not because of the buff. It's another one of those things that players just forgot she existed. And in the hands of a pro player, her range and everything, it's really good. But 10-15 isn't just about Kate being buffed. Remember, so many patches leading up to this one, marksmen have been constantly getting hit, whether it was their items or their nerfs directly, which makes Caitlyn better. When every other champion in your class is getting nerfed, well, yeah, you're going to have a pretty good time.
Yeah, and we're taking a look at some of the nerfs here as well. The Twist of Fate nerf is really interesting because, you know, it's the level 1 cooldown.
Yes,
it gets pushed up by 2 or 3?
2 seconds.
2 seconds.
You don't end up maxing that, so you don't get access to the old W until way later in the game, which is such a big problem. Twisted Fate's probably done in competitive, is what I would imagine happens with that kind of a nerf, and obviously I'm not very happy to see it. All the other nerfs don't really do a whole lot. Aphelios getting tapped once again, but he's still going to be pickable in the spots where you're trying to pick him.
Yeah, as we're also going to take a look here at the Unsealed Spellbook, unfortunately, is going to get nerfed. We were seeing a ton of this, by the way, in the LCK, so that makes sense. But as well, we do have a bit of a change here to the Spellthief's Edge and its line, as we might be seeing even more. We were seeing a little bit of a preview last week towards the end. Some teams trying it out. The Sona fun. And, well, we'll see if we get to see a little bit more of that here in Week 8.
Yeah, and, I mean, we take a look at the points of the match here. Big match to kick off Week 8. This is the premier match. Normally, you know, you get the match of the week, it's at the very end or something. The match of the week this time is at the very beginning. So, we're having our dessert first here between these two. 2020 match history, Dom1 is 1-6 against Gen G. But this is does want to go, not doesn't want to go.
Yeah,
so
they've changed their name.
Very different team and approach here, even though most of the players are the same. Ghost has been providing so much stability in the bot lane, and it helps so much. It's really unlocked Barrel. He's managed to make it around. And player of the game votes. Yeah, nice points of the match, guys. But
who will end up being the POG leader?
Yeah, they forgot I was casting.
The leader of the POGs. Well, you can vote for me as much as you want, but you can't write in Chovy's name.
I'm going to write Chovy on the slip just to see the guy's face that comes up in. Yeah, well, it'll be pretty good. We'll see what he says. Team stats. KD8 first. First, Rift Herald as well. Second, win rate with First Herald is going to be 87%, and team goal difference at 15 is first. So Dom1 does a whole lot of winning, but Gen G on the flip side, they're in all the categories that Dom1 is not managing to get first in. First Herald percentage is actually Gen G, so we maybe can see a lot of things get contested.
More
yeah,
stats.
I mean, it's just back and forth between them. These are basically the two titans of the league right now. Yeah. And we'll see if they can do what DRX failed to. This is like the Boo Saga. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
no?
I know exactly what you're saying.
You have.
And I think the stats, you know, they updated after Dom1 absolutely smashed DRX. So DRX's stats definitely took a hit on that, and then Gen G immediately came up in the stats here. As we see the team tower difference. Yeah. Which is always, we don't get to see that very often. As we're going to go in here and take a look at the rosters. It's basically what you guys would expect. I mean, these teams do have some subs, but we're not going to be seeing any of them today, as it is a massive match, and none of the secondary players are going to get a chance unless someone falls flat on their face in game 1.
Yeah. We'll see what Gen G can manage to do. They are on the red side, so we'll see if they utilize any sort of counter picks or anything of that nature. And I'm a little bit sad. I believe the Gen G players are the ones who are actually playing Lilia the most. So it's sad that she's disabled. And I saw the comment, I don't know if you saw this as well, Yone hits the Rift tomorrow in Korea. But apparently, according to Yankos on his stream, Yone is disabled for the rest of the year. So
what?
That's really, yeah.
Oh.
We need to make a petition, is actually what we need to do so we can maybe see him in playoffs or at Worlds or something. I have no idea, but
I want you to take a look at these stats, though. Canyon is popping off like a madman right now. This guy is really the talk of the town, and he's definitely part of the reason there are so many little parts of the Dom 1 lineup that have improved immensely coming into summer, and Canyon is a big one of those.
Is there a higher number than first that's possible?
LCK first.
Then I'm not impressed. I mean, that's just how it goes.
LCK first in KDA is Showmaker,
yeah.
I think, at like 14 or 15 or something.
14.9, I think.
Well, it was. Yeah. Now it's 16.6 after they spanked DRX.
All right. Well,
so
that is. Well, it doesn't say LCK first though.
That's true.
I don't.
That's weird. It said it last time.
Yeah,
it was at 14.
Someone managed to actually. Oh. No, that would not be it either. I don't know.
You think closer maybe?
Yeah, that's what someone that's
like someone that is doing really well that came in new.
But
it's possible.
Nonetheless,
it's possible.
These two are going to be very interesting to watch. I'm curious to see how BDD manages to juggle Showmaker in mid, who, when you look at his champion pool, so he's played 10 unique champions this entire split so far, and most of them are all just centered around being control mages, and yet he plays them in obviously a very aggressive and proactive manner. The harmony with Canyon and Nuggery on things that they're doing, where they get their lane states, when they take their all-in trades, it's all lining up a lot more than other teams right now in LCK. So this should be a good game. Let's see what the draft has in store for us.
Yes, it will be a good game, which might be an understatement, but we always have to pick apart the drafts, as we love to do here at the LCK. As, again, Lilia will be disabled for Week 8. She'll be here to play for Week 9. As Azir's going to get banned. Speaking of the mid lane, both of these guys, huge Zoe players. Showmaker is 8-1, and BDD is 4-2, but obviously the games that he has played BDD, or rather Zoe, have been insane. So we'll have to see if any focus goes onto that pick as well as Azir.
We'll see if Caitlyn, ooh, she does get banned away. And interestingly, it's actually by Ghost, who Ghost's strength really is in like his stability. Down in bot lane. Well, yeah, his ability to basically play as a solo lane. When you're Caitlyn, you want to be with your teammate and you want to be trying to suffocate the opponents. And while Ghost is really good and he's very stable and he's serving what Dom 1 needs out of him, he's not the Deft or the Teddy of bot lane or even Ruler. That Caitlyn's strengths come from her ability to space and utilize her long range and ability to just endlessly assault you. That's not what you think of when you think of Ghost.
Yeah, and speaking of Ghost, his two most played are Senna and Ezreal by far.
Yeah, control and self-serving AD carries.
But
so
Senna was banned, and then they banned Ezreal themselves.
Well,
so
listen, this means a mage is coming, okay? That's.
You think so?
This could be a mage on the table. Notice the bans have finally changed up a little bit.
Yeah, Camille still really strong. 70% win ratio right now in summer.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, there's your boy Set.
We're done with him next patch, though. Have you seen the notes?
I have.
He's
yes.
He's yeah.
he's
not even.
Take a back seat.
6 feet under. He's
the
like,
show will be stopped.
Yeah, the show
for Set. That's for sure.
It should have been stopped long ago if you see the ratings. Like, oh man. Oh jeez. Well, Gen G now opening with Karma. Still very, very, very powerful. She's another one that is getting hit pretty big in patch 10.16. So,
well, we're going to have to deal with her for probably a couple more patches still. And Kallista's going to hit the table here. We did have 3 AD carry bans, technically, with Senna also lumped in there.
So Kallista coming out is short range, and so Karma and Kallista, they're trying to achieve different things right now, unless Kallista's dragging Karma along for the ride, which is probably what's happening. So we're gonna most likely see a Gen G team comp that is forced to go in, and that's kind of bad news because that's not the type of approach I would speculate Gen G to have the highest % chance to beat Damwon with. So Ashe coming out now as an answer in a vacuum to not only Kalista, but also pretty good against that theme of approach, so that Gen G can go for it. Jace, not quite of that theme, but probably going to be for Nuggery.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine. And Jace, just really good for this team at the same time, but especially that player doing really well so far. 17 and 11, it looks like, as Lee Sin, he got a little bit of a nerf, I think, to his W on this patch, but
it's a placebo.
Yeah, they don't really care.
Right. It doesn't affect his early game. It really affects pretty much nothing. It affects his mid game and late game team fighting, and that is pretty much all that there is to write home about on that. So let's take a look at what Gen G now are going to try to ban away. They might actually target Karthus, because look at Damwon's team composition. It is beautiful for Eve, Karthus, Fiddlesticks, Gragas. Even can come in, and Gragas historically an answer. Why are you in AD?
Well, it's good against Lee Sin. We've seen a couple of good games of Rek'Sai versus Lee Sin, but as you were mentioning, it doesn't fit in with Damwon's comp. It's only good as a counter for the Lee Sin. So maybe a little bit of an oversight there. Now, what does Damwon want to deny?
Taric getting banned away now, and that could be a signal that Karthus is maybe coming, because you Cosmic Radiance in response to Requiem, and you can end up invalidating the Karthus. And it's not just, well, Gen G, they might mistakenly read it potentially as just a pairing with Kalista. But I'm going to be very interested to see what's going on here. Pantheon!
Well, Ashe Pantheon is really popular right now in the bottom lane. I wish you guys could have seen LS's face when I said that. I mean, it is true, but
yeah,
again,
and Thresh Kalista counters the Pantheon very hard. So, I mean, it's also one of her best pairings, one of her favorite.
Maybe they were expecting a Thresh ban, but no, Twisted Fate going to be taken off the table.
And I feel like this is just a throwaway ban. I think that they don't really, they know that Gen G have to maintain a lot of control and influence over the map. Silas is, oh, Swain now. What else is in the S tree? What could they be cycling?
Skarner.
Yeah, they already have. Whoa! Huh?
Gragas. Gragas lane. It's probably with the Kalista in the bottom side.
I would imagine it's like that, but it does have flex potency. We immediately see a AP jungler hover, because we know this is what has to happen. I really hope it's not Elise. Karthus is available. Evelyn is available. I guess, okay, Nidalee.
Yeah.
But I mean, we knew
that works.
This is the only thing that makes sense. I don't know why they ban away the physical damage junglers, because an AD jungler would suffer that much more from Ninja Tab Eyes as well.
Yeah.
It would just be harming your team comp so much, because that would cripple Jace and Ashe, especially. Set even as well if he goes into support. Doesn't really matter. Poppy is gonna be coming out, and this is amazing to see if that's actually support Poppy or if it's top Poppy to answer either iteration of Gragas top or support, because it's ruining everything on Gen G. Lee Sin can't do his hop. Kalista is having a nightmare. Gragas can't do anything.
Zoe.
Something is going on with Damwon here where their drafts aren't the holiest, but they're definitely, they're reacting to their opponents, it seems like, and other teams in the LCK don't really do this. At least not to this extent, this degree.
Would you call them the holiest in the league, at least?
The last 2 weeks, I would say so. I think the crown for that originally went to like Gen G.
Yeah, well.
But this is very surprising. Because it's also very interesting what flip really switches to all of a sudden be, I mean, you factor all the weeks from Spring Split too, right? And what magically flips after 8 months of internalized practice to arrive at this. So
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know what happened to them, but they are a beast right now. Damwon is, they're pretty insane, and this draft is looks good. I mean, it looks like Set sitting on the holy throne right there in the middle amongst his brethren. And yeah, just looks really nice. Showmaker does have one game on Set. It was a win, of course, as you probably could have guessed. As lots of comfort here for the side of Gen G. At the same time, everybody is playing a champion that they've played a ton of already.
Yeah.
Including Rascal on the Karma. It's just that life jumps onto the Gragas, of course, with some of the buffs that come in. He is going to give that another shot. He is also 1-0 on that pick for himself. So obviously has some good experience. As looks like we're ready to go, guys. Dom1 up against Gen G for match 67, game number 1.
This is going to be very interesting to watch. That is such a beautiful.
Why does it look like she has no backlights?
She looks like she has the art. Is it Arceus? What is it? The Death Knight, Death Charger. What is it called?
I didn't know it had a name, actually.
I think it has a name. Because there's the Fell Steed, and then there's something. But the collective will know.
Yeah, they will.
Poppy is having a bit of a conversation here with Set. Would you like me to tell you some Poppy lore? I don't know if it's
Set
canon
doesn't
anymore.
care anymore. He's like, I don't know. Yeah, sure. Tell me about the Poppy lore.
So I believe Poppy carries her hammer looking for the person who's worthy of wielding it.
Wait, yeah, you talked about this with Atlas the other week.
Yeah.
I was listening to
So
you guys.
the joke is that it's obviously her because she's the only one.
Yeah, how is she that dumb?
Whoa! Whoa!
I mean, you're carrying the hammer. How do you not know?
Whoa!
That's like, I don't know, man. That's pretty straightforward. I don't know what else to say.
Valdez.
Clearly, she, she's good on the physical side of things here in League of Legends, but maybe lacking in some other areas.
All right.
Not sure about the edge. What did you see that? The paddle star go through the minion? What is going on here?
All right.
Maybe I'm just losing my mind.
It's totally fine. So we do have the Poppy down here. I just realized, by the way, why you reacted so weird. I didn't say the English pronunciation.
Yeah, you said Poppy.
Yeah. My bad.
Yeah, that's something pretty interesting. I remember when I first heard the Korean pronunciation of Poppy is Poppy.
Yeah.
I just it sounds pretty funny for us, but.
And you can see Beryl and Ghost, they just barely missed out on getting level 2 before Life and Ruler. And Life used to be one of the Gragas enthusiasts.
Yeah.
A long while ago. So we'll see how it ends up going here.
Look at Ghost's stats. He has
Yeah.
no jungle proximity.
Yeah. Duo proximity, right?
Yeah, duo proximity, jungle proximity difference. But yet, I mean, obviously the XP difference he's going to get ahead because he's staying in the lane.
Of course. Right.
And his gold is also really nice, so.
This is actually an example of one of those stats that I'm very thankful that we had both on the screen at the same time. Because if you just get the XP differential, you might think, wow, this guy is a god.
Yeah.
Holy moly, he must be stomping his lane. And then you see his support's never with him, and it's like, oh.
Yeah.
So, you know?
Yeah.
Ruler, though, he has been ruling, is pretty much what he's been doing down in the bottom lane. And we take a look at Nuggery, win rate 70.6%, 3.5 KDA here on the Jace. And so now that trade by Rascal is really weird. He ends up getting some of his mana back, but also, even by Nuggery, he doesn't just crash the wave and reset here as the next wave's coming in. So he's left in this very awkward spot now, where his HP is at half mana, or his HP is at half and his mana is about 30%. And so Karma should be actually feeling pretty okay. She's going to end up resetting, and this is fine for both of them. But ends up favoring Karma.
Yep. Karma top lane is really oppressive. It's so annoying to deal with. For even a lane kingdom kind of champion like the Jace can be neutralized by that Karma. As here we go, TP's coming in. I'm looking at the minimap here. Canyon is going to be flashed over. They really want to punish this jungler as the bubble will be flashed. And now Canyon's looking to turn it around as a big face breaker will come in, and Canyon will survive. BDD has to flash the spear at the same time as Damwon once again going to flip it on its head here in the beginning of the game.
And BDD, I mean, he tried to come over, he tried to help out, but Nidalee is going to get the first kill of the game. It's really big for her to maintain her control inside of the jungle, and bad news bears right now for Gen G, especially because BDD, he used his flash, he used his teleport. This means that Showmaker has pretty easy setups. No pun intended on that one. Here in mid lane, any face breaker should result in a flash superplex that just sets up for Canyon really well.
Well, Nuggery, he's trying to hit his power spike here, of course, the 0-2 power spike. So Clit is going to help him get there, as this will be an easy pickup. Just gets tethered by the Karma, and even though he had flash, he kind of knew, well, if Lee Sin's here, I'm dead. So goes forward on that one and pays the price.
Well, take a look at how this all transpired. So, teleport coming in from Zoe. The tether lands onto Canyon. Zoe goes over the wall, has barrier, ends up utilizing it to get a little bit of extra damage in, picks the flash up as well, but a beautiful face breaker. And BDD, he could commit the flash to kill Canyon, but then he would die as well. And he just TP'd, so then he would lose 2 waves, and it's honestly, it's just not a good look. Rascal up here, managing to convince Nuggery to stay. And that's just Nuggery going overly aggressive on a chance that Lee Sin has no business being there. Clit on the flip side, he gets an Ocean Dragon, and that's somewhat nice for them and their laners. Mountain coming up next, that's a very big pickup if you are Gen G's comp as well.
Yeah, they'd love to control those objectives as much as possible. Clit, he was a little bit late to the party, and it ended up being 3-on-2 for that first blood, but he's able to get a lot of value back afterwards, so that is nice to see. As Canyon once again is going to be in the enemy jungle here. He's not going to back away, even though he nearly got punished for it last time. As the Rift Scuttler has got the best moves, able to dodge that Q. And yeah, the Drakes are going to go the way of Gen G. Will be interesting to see with both of these teams having massive first Herald percentages here in the LCK. Will they both try to make a move up towards that objective in this game? Wow.
Nice stat. It's been a very long time.
2016 March.
Yeah. That is very, very, very long ago. Holy moly.
Yeah. I wasn't even back to casting League of Legends at that time.
Yeah, I believe I was casting during that time frame.
In spring?
Yeah, wasn't I doing spring?
Yeah, I thought you were working with Spo in summer, and then I started with you in 2017 in spring. Isn't that?
You know,
I mean, the year is correct.
Yeah, lost memory.
You were casting in 2016. Didn't you go to Worlds in 2016?
Oh, you're right. I did. I did summer and then Worlds.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So this was before both of us were back into casting. So there that is. As, okay, here's this objective I was talking about. Clit and BDD are slowly making their way over here. See what they can do. So trying to burst it down, but Clit is going to be zoned away. Showmaker very scary. I'm not sure why BDD went in there. That was a big mistake.
Yeah.
And he essentially just throws his life away for nothing.
I mean, he doesn't have flash and Set does. So we talked about this a few moments ago that any time the spacing is going to be there, Showmaker can just land it. And it's always going to be a kill confirm. And that's one of the oppressive things. If Set can ever find ways to get you to expend your flash, it's almost a death sentence in lane against him because it really changes where you are allowed to stand. I love the Rift Herald in mid lane as well. They're using it to get all of the plates.
Well, here we go. The dive onto the bottom side is going to be good as Ghost is going to be singled out, and they're going back in. We'll see who can pick this one up. Ruler is going to, and that will be the double kill under the turret as Ruler and Life will be able to rule this bottom lane. Finally, a winning play here for the side of Gen G.
I mean, this is where Gen G is getting all of their help right now, is from Ruler and Life, and that was a beautiful execution of that 2-on-2 dive. Canyon right now, I mean, he's on Nidalee, he's up 20 CS right now, maybe almost 2 levels even, as Clid is level 7, still doesn't even have his jungle item. And Nidalee has completed hers, so lots of speed. Let's take a look at it one more time. So let's take a look at BDD. So they want to lose their life over a Rift Herald. And I wish I could tell you what he was doing, but I really can't. It's just one of those situations where they don't understand that the Herald's not that important. It's better to get all the minions and maintain lane control. If you end up losing it, okay, that's fine. You're winning out elsewhere. And just this execution down here. Ghost could have used his enchanted crystal arrow. I believe, yeah, he definitely could. Ruler says okay, almost confirming a dive. Yeah, this was very strange. No enchanted crystal arrow out from Ash. Really nice juggling of the aggro. The turret even locked on to the melee minion prior to Gragas getting rethrown back in. So turret locked up in animation, delayed the DPS.
Play up here on the top side. Clid goes in. He has to flash kick away just to say, okay, we don't want any more of that fight to happen. You're going up against Canyon, who's actually pretty tanky, even with the catalyst on top of the jungle item, so he's not just going to be an easy kill. As now, he runs straight into the spear. There was not enough time, and now Canyon is just going on a crazy killing spree, as there's going to be the second kill. 2-0-2 for the #1 jungler in the LCK right now.
Yeah, and Canyon is really creating a canyon between him and the other junglers so far here in LCK Summer. Really been on fire. This is the second time he's had a super dominating Nidalee performance so early on in the game.
Yeah.
Putting on a clinic, and it's always a nice sight when Sinner ends up getting.
It's true. Gets straightened up.
Yeah.
BDD's not going to make that mistake again. And with the bombies, Showmaker is just like, he's just autoing the waves, just trying to push as much as possible. Take a look at how low this mid lane turret is already. Canyon, did he overstep his boundaries here as Lee Sin is going to come in? Over the wall he will go, and they're actually not going to follow up with this, as both Rascal and Clid with no flash available. So Canyon, even 1v2, is able to get out alive.
Made it out. And you can start to see also the items that are coming in. I mean, you already have the Ninja Tabi and the Seekers on the Karma, and she was already going to be doing this, if you remember, during the draft phase. So pretty nice itemization for the mid game, but the problem is that Canyon's so big. And he's the big source of magic damage that they can't really itemize against, and so it's a very big problem if they can't shut down or slow down the Nidalee, because you're always just going to be in constant control. And beautiful arrow. And then Nuggery planting himself right on top of Karma. A little bit of a leap there. Clid can't really get away. And now Gen G, they will pick up the Mountain Dragon, which is a very nice pickup. And if Infernal spawns, it's really BG, but Cloud. So Gen G are rolling out of their minds right now in terms of how fortunate they are that this is the series of events. And I say this because most of the ultimates on the side of Damwon are somewhat situational. You can obviously make the argument for Ashe Enchanted Crystal Arrow being something that you can actively use almost every time it's up, but even then, still not really. So Gen G rolling really well, because now this buys them time to try to scale back up, and they can give 1 or 2 dragons over to Damwon.
Yeah, I mean, the dragons, just because of that one Cloud coming in, are kind of going to, ruin the days of Damwon. It's been very cloudy and rainy here, as it is rainy season in Korea. And the clouds are overhead in this game as well, but Damwon still heavily in the lead here. You can see that Canyon was able to pick up his Route of Ages before 14 minutes. So he's having a good time. Also was able to pick up a cheeky cloth armor, because why not? And yeah, we'll have to wait and see how this one goes. The bottom lane of Damwon, obviously, still kind of getting dumped on.
Yeah.
As Life did pick up both of the kills, though, which is kind of interesting. Ruler wasn't able to pick up either of those, but that'll be one tanky Gragas, I suppose, as the game goes along.
And so now, at this point in the game, you have to wonder what Gen G is going to do. They should buy time knowing that they have the Cloud. Right now, I mean, they're running past a wave, sitting out of their mind. We'll see if they actually freeze top, or if Karma's going to walk up there and Mantra Q the wave. No, they're going to do Rift Herald. And they're going to pick that up for themselves, and I really like what they're doing. Mostly because, well, Karma is not necessarily at the Rift Herald, as we can see. Karma could be top lane, getting EXP and minions, but it's indirectly, it caused a freeze. Because she just immediately go up to top.
By
now,
accident.
Will Rascal freeze the wave? Can he get there with the mantra? No, ooh, I can't tell. Watch on the minimap. This is where all the action's happening right now.
Yeah. Just look at the minimap, guys.
I think
he's probably Mantra queuing that wave.
Yeah, he is.
You just know that
he is. Yeah, all right.
Just got to push it out as fast as possible.
Right.
That was a nice bubble. Not going to amount to anything. There's a big leap in gold between 10 and 15 minutes.
Yeah. And Rascal just hard shoving in the wave over and over. Jace, because the wave was so far up, couldn't go to the wave. That's why he went elsewhere on the map. And even though he went elsewhere on the map, it doesn't change a whole lot that would otherwise not have been able to be achieved by Jace going over there. So even though it doesn't directly happen, you can see that the seeds of something that is being caused. And whoa!
Yeah, nice Rift Herald. That was pretty unfortunate. Well, we got Bopey over here. Is going to get boped back into the enemy team, and down she will go. That's one bubble and one death. Actually, the second death for Beryl, who looks kind of, you know, he's a lot less active on this Poppy compared to a lot of the other games that we have seen. Maybe feeling pressure to stick around because Ghost is on the Ashe and not on something like an Ezreal that has a little bit more mobility and solo potential. And so he's not really been a factor in this game. Thankfully for Damwon, they have an insanely strong top side of the map.
Boom. Yeah, Poppy gets combat is what happened. For Beryl doesn't really have a reason to be clearing out those wards anyway, though. There was a minute and a half till Cloud Drake, so why is the vision important at that exact moment? There's really no justification for it.
When you just saw the Zoe and the Gragas right nearby.
So at this point in the game, I mean, Athenes are probably going to be the next item for Canyon here inside of this game. Continuing to go down the lethality route is the Jace, but he does have the Mon Immune going into the Miramana, so they will be able to convert into a poke comp with Ashe, Jace, and Nidalee. And then from there, that's how they'll try to annihilate Gen G by forcing them to come into Damwon, and then you have Set and Poppy as the defensive linemen. So
they have poke and they have pick and they have insane burst damage potential. The Fate's Call is going to come in and save him, so it's a trade in ultimates. Showmaker also blowing his Ghost. And is now sitting in a pretty sneaky spot, actually.
Yeah. And so this is going to be the Cloud Dragon going over. I have no idea what Gen G are doing right now. They're
just chilling?
Yeah, they're grouping 4 or 5 on the left-hand side. I mean, they're going to get blue, and now they're looking for a team fight. And this is one of the weirdest timings to look for a team fight because Jace is so much stronger. Poppy is pretty much even with Gragas, even though she's very close to not be. And Ashe is at one of the closest points to Kalista that she'll ever be. Just look at the items. Blade of the Ruin King Berserkers versus Blade of the Ruin King Berserkers Double Dagger is way more manageable than if Kalista completes her next item and Ashe then also goes to a second item core component, like a recurve bow. So 1 versus 1.5 is totally different than 2 versus 1.5, just because what the completion on the items ends up doing. So this would have been a very happy time for Damwon if a fight could have unfolded. And so that's why it's so peculiar that Gen G were looking for it.
Yeah, they did look a little bit lost, right? They're like, well, we don't want to fight over this Cloud Drake. Maybe we can try to set something up. I don't know. It's kind of what I think was going through their minds, and nothing ends up happening. You know, they don't commit to any fights, so that's good at least for them. And we are going to slow this game down a little bit here, as there's not any massive objectives for either team to try to take down. Obviously, Gen G, if they get a couple of picks, they have Callista and they could attempt an early Baron, but they are pretty far behind right now, so I don't think they're going to be looking for any risks like that unless, well, life nearly dies. They'd really have to pick off, you know, 2 or 3 members of Damwon before even considering going for something like that. So we might have a little bit of a lull in the action.
Well, lull states are beneficial for both parties in a weird way, which means that it's ultimately benefiting Damwon. But what Gen G can know, though, is that these Cloud Dragons, they don't feel as bad to give away as, say, an Infernal. Giving away Infernals is just, well, I don't want to play. But
yeah,
definitely an unfortunate mood. We also have the Black Cleaver on lane. So that one is also interesting. As nothing else really going on, though. I wonder where Showmaker is going with his next item. We don't really have a whole lot to talk about because we're in that lull state of playing ping pong, and
yeah,
the LCK, no one's going to freeze. So
what is freezing? They only push.
Yeah.
Look at Nuggery here.
The temperature is too high.
What?
That's what flat earthers.
Wow.
That's what flat earthers would have you.
Well, they're just corralling them over here on the left side as nobody can back to stop Nuggery. I guess we're just going to take a free turret. Nothing is really supposed to happen during this lull state, but Damwon are able to somehow maneuver their way around the map and say, yeah, I guess Nuggery's just going to take your turret. By the way, Hanamura completed for Jace. He's going to be hitting like an 18-wheeler in this game.
Yes.
And the amount of burst damage they have, it's insane. So if they pick anyone, I think even Gragas is going to just immediately blow up, even through shields. It's going to be incredibly hard to keep anyone alive.
The other thing is that because Gen G knows that they can give up second dragon and they have so much time, the orb purchase on Zoe, even though BDD knows that more magic resist is coming, especially out in Italy, Set already has it, Poppy has really nice resistances, etc., surprises me because the orb would be for right now. We need to fight right now before scaling him, or levels keep coming in, and then third and fourth items start being picked up by champions which have more resistances. And so because BDD went for the orb, he stuns himself, which means that at the third, fourth, fifth dragon fight, he's weaker than he should otherwise be. So we'll see what this ends up meaning for the future fights. You can see that Rascal also, a bit of Build-A-Bear going on. He wants to go into Zanya's, but at the same time wants to get to the Ardent Censer or the Redemption. We'll see.
Nice steal away there. Oh, the flash on, and they're really desperately trying to get Ghost, but you can see Damwon immediately turning this around. Take a look at Ruler. He's in a bit of an awkward spot, and he's going to try to hop and skip away, but he will not be able to. Only Poppy is going to be the casualty here for Damwon, as it is a nice 2-for-1 trade there. Life was so desperately trying to get Ashe into a killable position that he ends up baiting his team into an awkward spot, as now Damwon, they're just going to take the Baron, and Gen G will let him have it.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much that they can really do. What Gen G are going to do here is try to pick up the Cloud Dragon, and so at this point, some of the Damwon members should have actually left the Baron when it's confirmed and gone over to the Dragon. You can see that they have the intention to now. Nuggery's going to TP in, but they're too
late. They want to fight. They don't even care about the Dragon. They're like, hey, let's go. Phase Breaker gonna miss on a BDD, but it catches Rascal. Good trouble bubble, but here comes Nuggery with his massive amount of damage. Look at his autos just chunking Clid, as now Gen Z have been able to disengage very effectively, in fact. So they're able to get out of there. BDD has to flash, and so does a lot of the members on their side, but at least they survive.
And so the really cool thing, though, is that the intent is there. They're aware that they want to move over to the Dragon right away. The execution on it, a little bit flawed. They could have broke away from Baron a little sooner, teleport in Nuggery that much faster, Showmaker runs over, because obviously Baron's not being contested. And if that ends up happening, we probably have some bloodshed right now, and even the second Drake, or well, second Cloud Dragon captured by Dom1. So now coming into live, we're going to see what they can manage to do with the Baron power play. It is almost a 10,000 gold advantage, Valdez, as let's take a look at how this all transpires. BDD goes for the bubble, and take a look at Set, who finds the way onto Zoe. And the most bizarre thing is he was visible, and BDD could have reacted but didn't. Poppy locking up. Kalista ends up dying, but Kalista goes with him, and Nidalee continuing to get all of the kills. It's really doomed.
Oh, man. Yeah, she's looking at Zhonya's right now, too. And she has so much gold that you could say, okay, you know, maybe she can just sit on stopwatch, but I think at this point you might just want to finish it so you can build another item. She's probably going to be the first person on her team to hit 6 items, which is insane for a jungler at 231 CS, more than the Set, more than the mid laner. So, has had an incredible game. As now we're going to try to take out Showmaker. They might be able to do this, as he is incredibly difficult to take out and survives for a very long time. But here comes the rest of the team. Beryl not able to save him, as Genji committing super hard to taking out these 2 members. But take a look at their base.
Wait.
Guys, your base. Yeah, okay, well, we have BDD backing, but I don't know if that's going to be on time here, as Lee Sin can't do anything. Nuguri's going to tank it up, and they have so much damage, they're just going to take down the Nexus at 26 minutes, as Dom1 are going to crush another top team in game number 1. And they made that look really easy, LS.
Well, those kind of endings are always the most bizarre, because it's like it's happening. It's like you're sitting on the stove, and you're like, yeah, that kind of hurts, but
Yeah.
this is fine.
Yeah.
This is fine. This is, and then you start noticing that like your skin's getting burned. You're
You
like,
can smell the, yeah.
no, I mean, like, it's not that bad.
we can deal with that later, probably, like, maybe. And everybody on the side of Gen G went into the booth. They all had kind of sheepish grins on, as they knew, well, we were really far behind. We kind of got duped there.
And this is a really cool thing, where Dom1's draft, not only does it outscale Genji's, they also have really good matchups pretty much across the board, and they have a good answer for their, or well, they have a good combo with their jungler having a lot of freedom.
Yeah, I think we know who's Pog here.
Yeah, we know it's Beryl. I gave it to Canyon.
Yeah.
And yeah, Genji not really having a whole lot. Their bot lane put on a kingdom, but it's just not enough, because
imagine that.
Yeah.
Like, you demolished their bottom lane. I mean, look at the Ashe. She did 0.
And it shouldn't have been able to happen like that. We saw that Beryl and Ghost blunder wave 1, and as a result of them blundering wave 1, it ends up affecting waves 2 and 3 to a point where Ashe and Poppy are in an awkward position they should otherwise never be in. And as a byproduct of that, they never really maintained control, started losing a massive CS deficit. They played the bottom 2v2 a little bit poorly, and Ruler and Life just dominating. So we'll see if they can get a better edge in game 2, or if the top lane can stabilize.
The top side of the map for Dom1 just looks unbeatable right now. So Genji, they need to figure out how to burst through that first, and we'll see if they can after this break for game number 2.
아,
얘네
나도
나도 미드 어때?
네.
오랜만에
살지 않아?
살만 살았어.
밀자 우리가 밀자.
밀어 밀어?
밀자,
오케이
밀자.
밀자.
엄마 하나 나 가줄게.
야집 끊고 끝낼까 이거?
아 죽었다. 죽긴 했다.
끝낼만한 거?
벨레?
끝낼만해? 어때?
밀어봐.
일단 밀긴 하고.
얘네 여기 4명.
야집 끊어볼까?
야집 끊어봐.
끝낼만한데?
가볼만?
얘네 집 한 번도 안 눌렀어. 형 조이. 건이 형 조이. 초시계 형 초시계. 형 초시계.
타워.
야 끝났다. 야 집 아직 이제 눌렀어.
해줄게.
야,
밀어.
나이스.
나이스.
넥서스 야 건배야 넥서스.
아 끝났어.
아 오케이.
아
나이스.
저 캐년 보이고 있죠? 표식 오 소리 잡힙니다. 2대2예요 화면상. 글쎄요. 네, 이거 좀 봐야 될 것 같아요. 다시 돌아오면 갈고리 반대편. 여기서 타운이가 와! 저기 반대편 이거죠. 그리고 완벽한 완반격입니다. 마무리도 있어요.
몬스터가 다 놓치고 말았어요.
그렇습니다. 그러면 갈리오 이제 여기 소환을식 갈리오가 와서 접비 쪽으로 자 바로 바로 잡아주는 게 이게 또 단번이죠.
아 6렙이긴 해. 궁 꺼져.
보자. 써줘.
나이스.
그 솔라이너와 레벨이 지금 똑같잖아요, 계속. 그리고 이거
사발
그리고
지원
지원도
역전을 가능. 빵. 네 지원이 두 개 셈이에요. 와. 고스까지. 근데 다몬. 야 진짜.
나 공 있어. 궁 꼬래.
가볼까? 형이 돼.
갈게.
해봐. 얘 높여. 야, 지렸는데 나 이거 뭐야? 야, 빨리 다 먹어. 밀어줄게.
이거 너무 억지 아니었나요? 지금? 아니 이게 그래, 클로저가 오긴 왔는데 그러면서 와우
에이밍이 뒤쪽으로 전면 탈출.
그러면서 같이 내려가면서 클로저가 길게 싸웠을 때 우위의 강점 그래서 와 이거 트리플
클로저.
에이밍이 앞으로 나가면 정면이 이런 식으로 빠져버리기 빌라디를 잡고 싶었는데 못 잡았고 이게
클로저에게 반도 깔리나요?
테디가 옆구리로 나와요. 일단 테디가
클로저가.
테디가 나왔고 전면을 이렇게 되면
클로저 한번 더.
결국
보러까지 위험.
그러면은 브로가 역주행해야죠. 최대한 역주행해야 되는데
안 됩니다.
클로저 테디 그나마 마지막에 정리까지 잡으면서 솔킬
그리고 쭉 빠진 거 아닙니다. 싸우려고 그리고 막았고 이렇게 브라이 막았어요.
역습에서 반격하고 그래도 밀고 들어가는 거로
와 이거 역습이 시원하게 안 돌았거든요. 체력이 많이 빠졌는데요. 그래서
알리스타
죽었어요.
알리스타
역스가 죽었어요. 앞에를 죽이면 누가 싸우란 명입니까? 플라이드 위험.
건가요?
뭉치면 강한 것만데 미니언이 없으면 어쨌든. 네.
네 명이 열었어요. 또 달고 들어왔죠.
그냥 또 싸먹히고 뭐 미쳐 날뛰고 있는데요. 고급이고 뭐고. 네, 이거 뭐 채우는 속도보다 죽는 속도가 훨씬 빨라요.
고급도 사라집니다.
자, 그래서
그리고 다 끝났나요?
쏘나 죽었고요. G1
결국은 서밋이 탈출하는 듯 에이스를 띄웁니다.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They've lit the fuse.
你看到了吗？
They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome back everybody, we are back with the most hyped series of the week, Thematic Gaming versus Genji. Today we'll be joined by Subinion for today's analyst task with B2B and Lyra. And this is season with the translation. This was a huge clash between the top 3 teams and it was Genji versus Thematic Gaming. And this was also the first game on 10.15 patch. We saw Bobby support after a long while. Genji went for a Kalista's first pick and also anti-carry pick Karma on the top side. And they went for Lee Sin Zoe Comp, focusing on the bottom side of the map. But Thematic Gaming, they picked Bobby into a very high mobility pick, Kalista. So they wanted to kind of shut down the carry potential on the bottom lane and focus on the top side potential. We cannot really tell that one side countered the other side, but we had a very unconventional comps coming out today. And both teams were looking for their perfect angle to get a game-winning clutch fight, but it was actually Damwon that kind of outplayed the opponent with their mechanical level. So at the very early phase of the game, Genji was on a hunt for that Nidalee, but turned out that Thematic Gaming was the one winning that skirmish. With this minion's vision, they spotted that Nidalee was on that golem camp. And Kenyon was also aware of it, so he started to escape the enemy jungle camp. Lee Sin was a little bit late for this fight, and the difference of the jungle clearing speed between Lee Sin and Nidalee kind of resulted in this fight difference. And that sidestep from the Sleepy Trouble bubble was so critical in that fight. Genji was aware that Nidalee would come in for a kind of counter jungling, but Thematic Gaming managed to execute it really well. And by Kenyon surviving that fight with a very low HP, Damwon was able to snowball throughout the game. And we want to talk about Damwon's macro over here. Let's take a look at the goal difference. Karma and Lee Sin died prior to this point of the game, so he TP'd back to the lane, and then Canyon once again survives this 2v2 skirmish. Well, Genji had bottom lane priority, so they wanted to pull off some play, but because of the TP difference, they weren't able to go for a different setup, but so they went for a dragon pick with that bottom lane prio, but Noguri was able to finish up the top lane. So Noguri picked up a lot of gold over there and then grouped up to the mid lane and then finished that tower as well. Even though Genji had a huge prio in this bottom lane, they weren't able to convert that into a huge gold lead. And because Genji was aware of this fact, the bottom build rotated to the top lane and going for a Herald try. But watch how Damwon Gaming reacted to this fight. All 5 members gathered up to the bottom lane to raise the bottom tier 1 turret. So Noguri was also trying to rotate to the bottom side of the map, and Karma is so weak in this kind of situation because his wave clear is not as good enough. Well, at the beginning of this highlight reel, they were sitting about 2k gold difference, but it ended up with about 5k gold difference. Well, we can say that Genji was really good at picking up all the neutral objectives, but it was actually Damwon Gaming not even paying attention to the neutral objectives. They were rather focusing on the turrets and about other macros on the map. Damwon was having the tempo all throughout the game, and they had a very fast game overall. It's time to take a look at the player of the game on the side of Damwon Gaming. Canyon on Italy again. He was first on every possible department in the jungle stats. He's displaying his prime performance currently in the LCK, and a lot of Genji players were putting a lot of time and effort to spot Canyon in the jungle, but he always managed to escape and make a turnaround kill. Canyon was really aggressive and going into the enemy side of the jungle, but there was no one to stop him. And this was where all the gold difference started to kind of accelerate, and Genji focused on the bottom side of the map, but Canyon, Noguri, they were so aggressive, so they had to pay attention to the top side. Canyon climbing up the standings of the POG right here. They could be the day for Showmaker to come out on top of the POG standings, but well, he can make a tie with BDD, but not sure whether he can outnumber BDD tonight. Canyon picked up 11 votes out of 12 with a very dominating performance. Now let's move on to game number 2, Damwon Gaming versus Genji.
Thank you, G-Sun, as always, for the wonderful translation of the analyst desk, as I don't know what game they were watching, but Canyon was should have been the unanimous player of the game that time around, as he hops back onto his Nidalee and puts on another stunning performance.
It's a set main.
Set main?
It's a set main, yeah.
Yeah, it must be.
That's actually what happened.
Mid main?
Yeah.
Or he wasn't watching and then, I don't know.
Well, not a big deal. As we come into game number 2, though, the worrying thing now is that Genji are going to go into all the matchups blind. Now, they just found themselves in an interesting turn of events, being on red side and yet getting counterpicked. So,
it's weird how that happens more often than not on
in
the
LCK.
red side.
Yeah. It's very, very, very bizarre. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Well,
their final pick was the Zoe, of course.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Kind of tells you the. Yeah, he's very good at the pick, but that's not going to work against Damwon.
Being banned away here by Genji, and now Azir going to be removed from the table by Damwon. Genji now banning away the set. We'll see what Dom1 elects to go for here. Will they continue their Ezreal ban and Caitlyn? Or are they willing to let Caitlyn be taken away? No, that wouldn't even make sense, because if they were willing to let Caitlyn be taken away, they would have done it last time and then just countered it with the Ashe, so I don't think that makes a lot of sense, so yeah. It's fine.
Yeah, you got there.
Yeah,
You figured it out.
I had to run through all the sequences in my head. Valdez. I'm like, well, how does this play out B2 through B5 and R3
Computer
through R5?
that is LS to eventually calculate the correct outcome. The Galio ban and the set ban were not banned last time, so stuff like Volibear, Camille, left available. The TF is going to be banned instead of the Ezreal, so that's 3 different picks that are available that were banned the last time, and Volibear is going to be prioritized.
Yep, roly-poly bear by Genji. And let's see how Dom1 want to elect responding to this. Now, this is going to be the real test here of their drafting. I was just tweeting in between the break that something has gone on in the last 2 weeks with their ability to coordinate their drafts relative to lane states too, and actually play them out to fruition. So let's see what Dom1 try to do. They're gonna open Zoe. Now this is pretty no theme. She's able to pivot into many different approaches, but just be a standalone champion because of how strong she is in game breaking. And okay, Ezreal Zoe, very good against Volibear theme. So now let's see if Genji can identify what Ezreal Zoe really hates and if they can actually funnel on into that. That's going to end up being the question. Orianna.
We see it a lot into Zoe nowadays.
Yeah.
I think even BDD has picked it up in recent times.
It's a lane neutralizer, but you need more champions to go along for the ride. In a vacuum, Orianna is actually weak to the archetype that is Ezreal Zoe with the long-range poke and terrain control, as Orianna can't really get onto them by herself. And if you're going to draft her in that spot, you need to really just go hard with the hard engage and have multiple Orianna ball targets for the shockwave to follow it up. But Genji, they're now swapping into Karma and Ashe. And this is a interesting spot here. Karma's retaining flex potency across 3 roles.
The Ashe, pretty strong nowadays, can handle the Ezreal lane at the same time. What is going to be the final pick here for Dom1? Are they going to go with the jungler? Or will they just pick up the Bard? The Bard has moved up huge in priority nowadays in the LCK, and they are going to prioritize that this time around, even though it got totally ignored in the first game draft.
Well, this is looking really good for Dom1. R1 through R3. And because jungler slots in so well on R4 here, there's not a lot of danger right now. I mean, alternatively, with Set already being banned away, I mean, Gangplank could even come in on R4, but you don't really associate Gangplank with Nuggery.
Yeah,
in terms
or the LCK.
Or the LCK in general, but that would be a very interesting spot in order to get a very specific jungler on R5 to really shore up everything. Leona banned away.
I think they're just going to try to target Nuggery here. Maybe Jace, Camille, something like that. As they're trying to take away annoying support matchups right now as Dom1, as the Nidalee actually is going to be focused here. And I suppose that is one jungler they do not want to face again.
Yeah.
Is the Nidalee.
And I'm curious to see how they're going to try to play this out. Olaf being hovered. And so Olaf loses to Volibear in isolation, but Olaf farms quicker. And so there's the offset. Olaf really needs to know who his surrounding laners are in order to conduct himself. So this is a bit of a weird R4. Ooh, are we
doing it?
Well, we can't because there's Ashe.
No.
All right.
I don't think we're going to see support Sona either.
This isn't Hot Shot GG. All right, we're not seeing top Ashe.
No.
Right.
No, not today.
Lulu is going to be picked up. Now, this is all kind of strange because these champions are all thematically very weak now.
Renekton. B5 Renekton. He's back, and he's blind as well. Gotta love it. Nuggery has his pick of the litter to go into this champion.
I mean, if they lock in Gnar, I'm going to be so surprised if that ends up actually being...
There it is.
So, the interesting thing about Gnar is that a lot of players itemize them really weird. They try to do this the old traditional Gnar, but there's a lot of interesting itemization paths that you can actually go. For instance, just like Ezreal, and I know I'll get meme for this until pro players start doing it too, Leandri's on Gnar is insane as an item. Because he has two very, very big AP ratios, but he can utilize Madness very well in a fight, utilizes the HP very, very well, and the burn percent, he's able to proc it with so many different abilities. So it's a very, very good item for him.
We get to meme you until it happens, though.
Yeah, like Leandri's on Ezreal. That's popping up.
It did happen, and now it's happening more.
It's happening in a lot of places.
Yeah.
Critical
Finally.
thinking skills is, you know.
I think you were talking about that like last year.
About a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, like, it's fine.
We're still talking about Renekton, but he's still here. I don't know.
Godzilla takes a while.
Yeah.
You know? Just look at the Loch Ness Monster.
He's really annoying with a couple of buff-up champions. It does kind of feel like we have two beefy boys plus Ruler that's going to get all of the support from BDD in life. They saw game one and they're like, well, Ruler's the only person that we can actually rely on here. Let's craft a composition around him, whereas the Damwon comp is very balanced, much more balanced than the other side.
Well, the team composition by Damwon, I think, is probably the one you would like to be on the side on, because the bread and butter of Bard, Ezreal, and Zoe is just so good.
Yeah.
And it's so easy to pilot for pro players.
Insanely good. Cannot be overstated. This combo has been remarked on multiple times in interviews, even by Korean pro gamers, and it's just really strong. It was especially strong against Aphelios because you can lock him down and then just burst him like one combo, and he doesn't have much mobility. Ashe is kind of similar, except she doesn't have the insane lifesteal and 1v5 potential that a Aphelios has. So although she has a lot of support, I think that combo of Ezreal Bard is still going to be insanely strong, not to mention the Zoe.
Yep.
So definitely a lot of tools to deal with Ruler, who does seem to be the main crux of the composition for Genji.
And I like that Nuggery is going Grasp of the Undying to just be a little bit tankier, have some nice sustain inside of the game, because really all that he is a defensive lineman for Ezreal Zoe Bard, and Ezreal Zoe Bard will take over the game. The onus is on Genji to find picks and run into Damwon, but it's really hard for them to do so unless they are very far ahead. But if Ezreal and Zoe get far ahead, it's pretty much lights out. Also, the amount of sin by the double Scorch on Genji. And they're mostly doing that to just try to maintain as much control in the laning phase as possible to offset the Olaf and Volibear dynamic, or at least that would be something that would make sense. Whether
yeah, I mean, if they were thinking about it, which again, I don't think they were. Which sounds strange to say, but I think it is true based on the amount of times we do see Scorch in the LCK. They might have missed that melee minion XP. They are being very zoned out here in the bottom lane. This is the power of Ashe. Ruler 9-2 on the pick, and this is the first time BDD and Life have gone for this combo.
A little bit of a tag. Definitely a bit of a rough start here by Beryl and Ghost. Getting zoned out. The minion wave now, I mean, it's very, very big. This is absolutely positively one of those spots where you could look for a cheater on wave 3. I mean, this is literally the building blocks of it.
Yeah.
Somewhat nice poke, all your spellcasters remaining. This is a bread and butter example of a spot that you can look at it for, and it's so powerful against teleport AD carry users because it steals their teleport from them pretty much, because you reset, you get Cull, and then you're like, okay, now I'm happy in the lane. You pull it in and...
Instead, we're going to do about a half a plate worth of damage. Might be able to get this plate here.
Yeah, they're going to get it. because of the size of the wave and that they're both ranged.
Yeah.
So they get the 160 gold, they keep them pushed up, but Ezreal's not really feeling unhappy, and that's the whole point. He's going to be able to keep up an EXP, Bard's eventually going to start roaming, Ezreal becomes self-sufficient.
This is really annoying for Canyon, by the way. He's being spotted throughout the entire jungle. Just cleared his whole jungle, and you can see that there were a couple of hawk shots, one at level 2, and then we saw the Scryer plant spot him out on the top side of the map. So you can see that Clid, because of this, is able to take the top Scuttle Crab. He's now going to go to the bottom Scuttle Crab and take both of them. He's going to leave his camps up to do this, but he'll be able to take those very valuable camps away. You can see this bottom side of the map has kind of leveled out from here. It's not as dominant as level 1 Ashe was. As we're getting a trade down here, this isn't looking very good for Nuggery, to be honest. A couple autos will do it as the flash to get away from that slice and dice.
Whoa.
As there you go. Rascal is going to flash in and pick up that first blood on the solo kill.
And that's really big for Gen G because this is happening in a lane where it should not happen. And so Renekton really like the itemization by Rascal, goes for the Ninja Tab Ice. And so this is interesting. Now, the wave, you see, Volibear's in bot wave, and the wave was coming in. So I don't know why Ruler and Life were pushing when the wave was pulling. As let's take a look at how this all transpires. So, nice stun. Nuggery misses his stun. And that is a very big component as to why this goes the way that it does. He tries to flash into the brush, as Showmaker has Redemption, and I wonder how that's communicated over. I mean, I can just imagine that Showmaker says that he has it.
Yeah, I mean, that, you know, he's probably taking a look at some of the other lanes. That mid lane is not exactly the most action-packed for right now. Karma and Zoe just farming it out. And yeah, it's kind of the Nuggery effect. You remember he got killed in the top side in game number 1, but that one was with a gank. So this one just being a solo kill is quite annoying. Showmaker now, ooh, getting pretty close.
Yeah.
Are these solo laners too dying? He is going to have to go back and potentially TP back to lane.
And we'll see what he picks up. A Lost Chapter buy is going to come in here for Zoe. And so on the flip side, though, Karma only getting Merc Treads right now. And Gen G, they're going to pick themselves up the first Cloud Dragon. And a lot of this is a byproduct of everything that's happening in both bot lane and mid lane. Volibear has a lot more freedom because of the lane setups compared to the Olaf. Olaf just trying to power farm it up.
Well.
Oh, well.
What?
You know, I mean, well.
Nuggery hops away, and then Rascal's like, well, I didn't want to fight anyway, so. A little bit awkward between the top laners there. They, you know, they kind of locked eyes, and then they looked away at the same time, and then they locked eyes again at the same time. It was, you know, getting a little bit uncomfortable up there. But nobody actually commits to the fight. And Nuggery going for the double Dorans early. Really trying to put on that early game harass pressure with some of his auto attacks.
And I think what is really going to be the interesting point in this game should be third dragon. That's generally when Ezreal Zoe can start to come online, and because Ghost got his tier pretty early, he should be able to, assuming that he's playing well, have the Mirror Mana available at third dragon. So we shall see if that does end up being the case. Now it also depends on if Gen G can actually I almost bit my tongue, I'm sorry. If they almost instantly take Mountain Dragon, because that would put a lot more pressure on the Ezreal to try to complete it that much sooner, and that one might be a tall ask. So it's assumed that they won't kill it instantaneously.
No, we can assume. We'll have to see how it actually plays out. We're seeing Ghost and Beryl. They're trying to fight back now, but it's not the easiest thing in the world. The amount of poke that Ruler and Life have is just the most annoying thing for them in the lane, and so they're just going to have to try to play it slow. Maybe they're just going to leave Ghost here. As you can see now, Beryl is going to go grab a Chime probably, as Nuggery just slowly being pushed in. This has kind of turned into a farm lane, as neither side really wants to take a big fight for now.
Well, Beryl and Ghost continuing to get shoved in. This has really been a series so far of a bit of a diffy in bot lane.
A bit of a diffy.
A bit of a, you know, it's one of those. Sometimes
Differoony.
it's usually a diffy in the jiffy. That one,
Yeah,
you know. But last game it was. That one, yeah. That was definitely a bit of a gap.
Yeah. And it's not really being helped by the fact that, of course, Beryl is on the roam once again. The first Rift Herald is going to go down here to Gen G. Dahlon are like, yeah, we can't fight this. And they're not going to do the thing that some other teams will do, which is panic and send like every lane to there and try to take a weird forced fight and just lose it. They say, yeah, I mean, we kind of messed up in the early game. We just got to let it go. And that they will. But this will, of course, be very good for Gen G. Try to get that snowball going. Looks like maybe Klid is going to use that up in the top lane real quick. So they're going to put on the pressure here.
Well, as everything has been going, Gen G are getting ahead now even further in top lane, and this is not something that should have been happening from the draft phase. This is a byproduct of Rascal getting that solo kill and getting really good recall over Gnar too, because you just look at what they both came back with off of that. Double Daron's Blade versus Ninja Tab Eyes, and very, very nice. The control being exerted down in bot lane is helping out quite a lot, and so this will be interesting because Damwon are going to be...
Canyon is really going ham here. He's going to flash the wall. Look at this guy. As overcomes Showmaker's going to be stealing all these flashes, and Klid can't get away from this. Does he have the damage?
Many years!
Yes, he should. And down he will go. Meanwhile, up in the top side, Rascal actually forced the ultimate here. Nuguri's ult also on cooldown, as it looks like things are slowly tipping again into the favor of Damwon, as now they're looking to dive top lane.
And Karma's not here. She doesn't have TP.
No TP,
oh, man.
No ultimate here for Rascal either, so they're just going to be very patient with this one.
Where were you?
Yeah, Rascal's going forward, and you can see that Canyon is going to run up. The axe is going to be flashed, but the flash comes in from Nuguri, and this guy's dead. Down he will go. That's going to be a second kill to Showmaker.
Ooh, and because it's Cannon Wave, it's actually taking so long for the wave to die.
Yeah.
And so Showmaker not even really going to get punished all that much. He gets some of the minions here. BDD going for a chain, doesn't even able to get it. Ooh, Paddlestar miss. You know what? Everyone's missing a little bit right now.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
a little bit off in the second game.
So here's the surety. The Mountain Dragon goes the way of Gen G. We expected this to be the case, and it's a really nice pickup for them. Karma just got 6 magic resistance in mid lane. That's pretty big. That's almost like the passive runes that you can get at the very start of the game. So, quite nice, and she's only going to get more as the game goes on. So, nice one mountain.
Oh, wait.
Okay,
Showmaker's going to... The one auto is barely going to get him. And down he will go. It's a nice little shutdown going towards the Karma in the mid lane. As we'll have to see exactly how that one got started. There was no flash, no ultimate from Klid, as now we're just diving a million turrets.
And we'll see what Gen G... Oh!
Okay, Ragnarok has to be used here. There's so many members in the mid lane, as that's going to be a nice Tempered Fate. Do they have the damage, though? The stun comes in, one auto. Not going to be enough with all the shielding that Gen G do have.
And so they managed to repel that push in mid. Meanwhile, in top lane, Nuguri trying to shove in the wave, trying to do whatever he possibly can. Ezreal with the Monomune now completed. We'll see if he can complete that minigame by third dragon. And it's interesting because normally this minigame you play against Olaf. Olaf generally gets first and second Drake as a tendency to how drafts around Olaf tend to go. And then third dragon is when you begin to contest him. And it's almost like a natural play out of the game. So we take a look at this, and Showmaker, he comes in, Paddlestar can't do anything, picks up,
one flash,
flashes with himself, picks up one, flashes into another. It's like a Mario speedrun. I don't even know what's going on here. But probably about 400 years. It took her to learn all of that.
Ooh, Showmaker.
Yeah, Showmaker just going forward for a trade that doesn't really have a purpose and ends up getting punished for it. I actually saw in the, do you know the guy that does like the League of Legends champion power levels? You ever see those on Reddit front page? Every time a new champ comes out, he does an analysis and tries to like, evaluate everything that they're known for and capable of doing, and then he places them in tiers. And I believe in the most recent one, he said that there's something that suggests Zoe is 1,400 years old.
Well, they're going to be cutting down on the years here with another gank. Really trying to strip the life away of Showmaker. And Nuggery, you know, after that little bit of a hiccup early on, he's been doing really well. As another fight here in the mid lane, as down will go the Olaf. You can see that Showmaker and Canyon are just so aggressive with this. That's a nice little hop away. Nuggery was not in the shop, as was very apparent by his ability to get away from that one.
Really close call there. And the thing that confuses me a bit is Gen.G have rotated top lane. Ocean is in 2 minutes. Now, the Rift Herald's coming up, so perhaps they want the bot lane in proximity for that. But let's take a look at how this all transpired. So, Showmaker tries to get damage in, Bully Bear pops into the air, and Olaf just dies. I mean, there wasn't really anything super fancy or special to it. And so now Rift Herald's about to come up, 1 minute and 30 on that Ocean Dragon. And what they're doing here is they're allocating their bot lane duo to top to be in close proximity to the Rift Herald to guarantee as little resistance as possible out of Damwon. And also, I guess, trying to get that last turret, or well, last hits on the turret. There's no fights remaining. We're at 15 minutes. But in doing so, interestingly enough, teleport on Ezreal. This creates the window for, I think, Damwon to get that dragon. And it just befuddles me, as I'm not sure why this would be the ideal play, because getting to Soul Point is so important for them. And giving Damwon an extra 5 minutes of breathing room on a dragon capture just makes no sense.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, especially when you're going up against Ezreal Zoe. And Canyon is just, I don't know what's gotten into this guy. He's down 2 levels on Rascal, but he's still just going straight forward. Not scared of anything. Knew he had Showmaker nearby.
So the bot lane's resetting, but you can see that they don't have first action at the dragon. So now they're going to fight through Fog of War. They do have Hawkshot, and they're going to be able to plant wards as they advance, but the low ground should be on the side of Damwon. Ezreal might be forced to use his teleport here. We'll see if he commits it. He doesn't have a purpose to hold it for anything else, so I would expect him to use it. And no, he's actually just going to run down. Does not have Iceborne Gauntlet. And this is a scary timing. Mid-tier 1 going down doesn't really matter all that much.
I think they were just trying to line it up with the take on the Ocean Drake, but they put down the Rift Herald, and then they didn't rotate. So a lot of that potential pressure is just taken away with the Rift Herald going down. As you can see, just waiting in the wings, just trying to poke out a little bit.
Oh, and the Scuttle Crab about to dissipate Canyon. They're trying to get into the river.
Oh, trying to get on top of Cliff here, but he is incredibly tanky. Take a look at all the shielding that they have. It's pretty insane. Here comes Nuggery. Looking for that engage. They're only going to get the ass as Roller could be in some trouble. Well, actually.
Oh, yeah, Nuggery not getting done.
Nobody actually decides to go in there. I was okay. There's the flash. As finally it goes in, but that's a little bit too little, too late. As the magical journey going to be denied, and here comes Clint straight in the front door. As the bounces are going to come in with his auto attacks, and that will be enough. As Nuggery hesitated on pulling the trigger and then pulled it a little bit too late, and baits his team into an awkward spot. Gen.G now will be able to pick up that Ocean Drake.
And this is so big for them because Soul Point is one of their outs in the game that can obviously resist against the late game scaling of Damwon. So this will be very interesting now. We can also see Ezreal, he didn't have the Muramana available at this team fight, didn't have the Iceborne Gauntlet because he's been stunted. So it was very awkward for him, but like you mentioned, Nuggery whipped the stun onto the Ashe, didn't get the flash out of Ruler, for that, and then goes in for the engage, but there wasn't the kind of follow-up there that would need to be necessary. So Damwon failing the dance and end up getting punished for it. So take a look at this one more time. Bubble goes out onto... Okay, I don't know why they started the replay here, because there was a lot of other errors that ended up happening. Nuguri finally goes in, but there's no follow-up from that angle because of the positioning that Gen G had. But it was just very over-eager. And 3 kills going the way of Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, now we have QSS on Ashe, too. You can see that she's going to forego taking her second damage item in exchange for a survivability item here up against some of the stuns and, of course, the bubbles and stuff like that. So, wants to be alive and doing damage. He knows that he's going to be the main target. I mean, it's pretty obvious, especially with all the support that he will have here with their composition. But, I mean, should be sitting pretty now, I think, Gen G. They've got a really fed Karma, and even the Renekton is going to be difficult to take down, as he's picked up a lot of value in these team fights.
This is one of the really cool things about Karma and the position that she's in this game right now, is she gets 2 legendary items, pretty much, or not legendary. She gets 2 rare items, and they come online earlier than any other items, really, in the game, because they're so cheap. So the Athenes and the Ardent Sensor combined is so oppressive in the mid-game, or the mid transition and then mid-game as a whole, because it's very difficult to contend with those items at this stage of the game. And now she's going to go into Rabadon's Death Cap, and she has some kills and assists augmenting her. And so she'll hit that breakpoint faster than she normally could. Showmaker could freeze this. He's not going to. He's got a hot date. And she's going to push that back out. I'm curious what the follow-up items across the board are going to be. Damwon, they're not out of this game yet, but that soul point creates so much pressure in that 50-50s suddenly just lose you the game, potentially. But also that they're going to be fighting that from behind.
Yeah, they're going to feel forced to try to take a fight because they don't want to just give the free Ocean Soul over, which could just be game anyway. So, Gen G just looking to try to get Ashe to that second damage item, maybe another needlessly large rod before we do get into the next fight would be ideal for BDD. And yeah, just sitting here waiting for the Ocean Drake that is going to spawn in a couple of minutes. And we're still waiting for Nara to really show, you know, why we've been seeing a little bit more picks here onto that champion, because he hasn't really been doing much. Lost in the lane to the Renekton due to his mistake, and his performance in the last team fight was kind of something I do not want to remember.
And I think that his performance in the next team fight is going to decide on how this game probably goes. As the whole reason this game is really struggling with some of their transitions and other periods is actually because of Nuguri. And so that's not something that happens that much for Damwon here in Summer. But he's definitely being a bit weak right now. Oh, not a good look.
Yeah.
I'm going to close my eyes here.
Well, he used it before the Ocean Drake, so...
I want to point out something, by the way.
Making it back.
Showmaker is such a good builder. I was looking over his match history as well as like his solo queue history, and he consistently builds so good. In the LCS, there's a lot of lost to shopkeeper going on.
Yeah.
Forrest he's making a fortune. I
don't know what's going on there. And note that we had BDD on the same champion against similar items, right? A lot of MR stacking, especially from the enemy mid laner, and he did go for the Oblivion Orb, so a little bit confusing. Obviously, Showmaker is playing the scaling game this time around. Okay, here we go. You see Showmaker is going to be spotted out, and here comes the arrow. He's just going to immediately cleanse that one with his unsealed spellbook.
Karma and Lulu so oppressive in this fight. And, I mean, the shields, they give Volibear and Renekton so much more EHP. Oh,
okay,
does anyone
here we
see
go.
it? There's no ping.
Oh, and take a look at that reach bar here for Nuguri.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he's got to build it up a little bit more, though.
Oh, this is a very awkward angle.
Yep.
Oh.
Nice flank. Okay, they're going to have the hop away here from Nuguri. He does have flash available. They're coming on in
50.
to the Dragon, and here we go. The two beefy boys from Gen.G, but Clid might be burst down. He's going to get in there, and the smite is 66, and it goes to Renekton. As in the backline is Nuguri, but so is Clid and Rascal. But here we go. Ghost trying to cut it down. He's going to get burst down. The flash is over the wall. And there's nothing they can do against this Renekton, who is just leading the charge and doing insane damage in that backline. And now Gen.G with the Ocean Soul have a really good chance to take this game.
I think that there's probably no way back into this for Damwon. This was another instance where they were really slow on deciding what they wanted to do. Do they want to get the Dragon, or do they want Nuguri to go for an engage? And they couldn't seem to make up their mind. And so because of it, I mean, just take a look. Nuguri, he gets tethered by Karma. Now, he has flash. He could go in. They don't have the Bard ultimate because he whiffed it on Ashe about a moment and a half prior. And then you take a look at how close this is going on right here. Olaf flashes out because he thinks that he doesn't have enough HP. He's going to get burst down anyway. Renekton ends up getting it. Gnar goes down to the left-hand side. Ocean picked up by Gen.G. And I mean, this is another Godzilla here in the LCK.
And Godzilla has a lot of friends, right? This is like Godzilla 5 or something, where he comes with his buddies.
Yeah, Mothra and...
Yeah, it's insane the amount of support this champion has when generally it's not supposed to be looking too good around this time of the game, but when you have that much shielding, you win the lane on top of everything else.
The Ezreal, Bard, and Zoe were definitely supposed to be the three, like King Ghidorah, the three-headed Hydra there, but not going to be able to do anything this game. Ocean is, I mean, they can try to win, they're not going to. So.
Well, they do have the Executioners on Ezreal. Other than that, not much. And again, Ocean Soul, it's like a mini Warmox, right? So you can just disengage and wait, and it's not like the anti-healing is going to solve all of your problems or anything like that. So definitely a great spot here for Gen.G. You can see they're trying to edge over here towards the Baron, as Barrel, you got to be careful. Ruler frontlining a bit, and he can with that massive shield. That's the two of them, and you can look at BDD and Life. They're like his little buddies right behind him. So Ragnarok is going to have to be used. That's going to catch Ruler, but there's zero follow-up. I mean, nice bubble, but doesn't mean anything. As it does seem like a slow and steady shutdown here from Gen.G.
Well, Karma is a pretty cool champion at this point. Baron is being started. Remember, they have Ocean Soul. And so we'll see what's going to go on here.
All right, they finally figure out the Baron's being taken. And take a look at this. Gen.G just saying, nope, let's go for Nuguri. He's left out here all alone in the mid lane, and no hopping away is going to get you away from this one. As down will go the top laner. He doesn't have TP, and he's down for 50 seconds. Gen.G can essentially do whatever they want from here. And I would imagine they can just run at the Baron, but seems like they don't want to take any chances with a 50-50 smite or anything like that. Showmaker also picking up smite with his unsealed spellbook. Ooh. That's pretty insane damage, actually.
And it'll be a miracle if Damwon can actually win this. Just a very big Baron dance. I'm very surprised why they don't feel confident. Well, it doesn't really matter. You have Rascal down in bot lane. I mean, he's getting so much value right now. He's level 16 as well here. Guardian Angel gonna be his next item, and I really like that as just a way to suffocate any options the opponents would have. Just trying to get a pick off or something. That's not gonna be an out. And we're just taking it very slow and steady. So Damwon's out now is getting Elder, winning a team fight with a minion wave in close proximity, and winning the game. And we just see what's happening. Nuguri having a very, very, very off game.
Yeah. This is not the 0-2 power spike Nuggery. This is
야,
just the
삼 볼래,
straight
삼
up
볼래?
int.
나 이거 볼래,
Nuggery.
볼래? 맞았거든?
Always cool to watch Ruler's mouse. He is extremely fast, although it didn't look like it was very close to his champion. But still getting the job done.
And I mean, at this point in the game, Elder is like do or die. Because we would assume that the team with Ocean Soul is going to get it, and once they do get it, they can demand the Baron be started and that the opponents try to respond. And then from there, you just guarantee the team fight. Ragnarok being cast. Holy Bear E is gonna whiff.
It's really annoying for them to deal with this. Smite comes in from Clid. And that one Ash Arrow has actually gotten a lot of value. There's no QSSs being built. There's no cleanse outside of the Unsealed Spellbook. Beryl does have Mikhail's. That's really just the one thing that is available for them, alongside Ragnarok, obviously. And Nuggery's just going to go for a bit of a split push, as we see as a very long-range arrow, but there's just so much defensive capability from the comp of Gen G from ahead, especially. I mean, their Karma is so unbelievably fed that, yeah, I mean, you could CC her, but unless you're getting the perfect engage, you're not going to do anything. And I think we're just trading inner turrets for Elder Drakes at this point. We'll have to wait and see. Oh boy, Showmaker's dead. There you go, Godzilla strikes again. This is Godzilla 9. And down will go the Bard at the same time. And see that, okay, Canyon is going to get into the brush here. He does not have a Ragnarok. He's desperately trying to burst it down, and no, he will not be able to get it.
He smites for HP, but there's nothing he can really do. Gnar by himself trying to do, I mean, I guess anything. But.
Well, they're not going to go back. They're going to send Renekton, and the rest of them will push the bottom lane. And Renekton is extremely scary right now. This is the return of the lizard coming on in. And that will be this inhibitor, and I think they're going to go for more here. They might as well. Still 5 seconds on Showmaker. Nuggery is not going to be able to go for a recall. As, okay, we're going to have the Tempered Fate, but that was a nice try. It's not good enough. Ruler just enabled way too much in a great early game from the side of Gen G. Should be the winning factor. They're not actually going for the Nexus. They're going for kills here, as now finally they are going to turn onto that Nexus. GG, we will be having a game number 3 coming out from this one, and this is exactly what we wanted. Gen G actually standing up to the beast that is Damwon and proving that there is a way to make them appear mortal.
Yeah, and I mean, this game, it was very peculiar in the way that Damwon fall apart. Nuggery getting solo killed, blundering the lane. And remember, he chose the Gnar into the Renekton.
Yeah, so much for the counter pick.
Not really working out that much.
Yeah.
The team fighting was very off, which normally it hasn't been for them in a great while.
Yeah.
And not a whole lot going on there. Bot lane getting stomped once again. They have to pretty much find a neutralizing bot lane. That's most likely just going to be their best hope down there, and we'll see if they can find that out in game number 3. And yeah, Damwon, I mean, they did all the way to victory.
It was very difficult for them in multiple lanes. The mid lane also was very neutralized. The Olaf alongside of the 2 solo lanes was seen the entire way through. He was farming okay, but it wasn't like, you know, outside of that one play where they were able to follow them all the way into the jungle, they really didn't get much value at all. And the Volibear was able to do a lot more for his team, as most damage here is going to go to Ruler, and he was able to really just abuse that Ashe. It does seem like he has the best understanding of this champion and on what she can do in the laning phase, and also his ability to maneuver around team fights with that immobile champion is pretty nice. Helps when you have 2 support champions, though.
It does. Certainly does. As Karma and Lulu really helping enable the Ashe inside of this game, and Ruler just getting to do so much. And coming off of such a free laning phase too, the way that they were able to play it.
Yeah.
We don't get a lot of camera pans to it, but doesn't matter.
Yeah. Doesn't matter too much because we are going to a game number 3, Gen G, proving that they have the ability to take down Damwon. Let's see what happens after this quick break.
신비하고 매혹적인 영혼들의 축제가 펼쳐지는 영혼의 꽃 세계에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 영혼의 꽃 세상에 가면 신비로운 여우가 길을 인도합니다. 그 여우와 친해지면 아름다운 영혼의 모습으로 길을 안내합니다. 이런 사원은 피하세요. 그곳엔 사람의 영혼을 등불에 가두는 자가 있습니다. 잘생긴 훈남이지만 그 얼굴에 속으면 영원히 돌아오지 못할지도 몰라요.
지척대지 마.
부모의 복수를 위해 수없이 구르는 영혼도,
어둠에 빠진 자들 사냥해볼까.
부러진 검의 조각을 찾기 위해 싸우는 영혼도,
뒤돌아보지 않겠어.
자신의 부탁을 거절하면 돌덩이로 만들어버리는 살벌한 영혼도 있답니다. 그리고 장난을 좋아하는 영혼도 있어요. 확 찢어버리고 싶겠지만 친구가 필요해서 그런 거랍니다. 영혼의 숲 깊은 곳에는 인간의 잃어버린 꿈을 다시 피워주는 마법의 영혼도, 숨바꼭질을 좋아하는 아이의 모습을 한 죽음의 영혼도 만날 수 있습니다.
이리 와서 내 눈을 마주해. 너 좀 따가울 거야. 나도 싸울 줄 알아. 잘 자고 더 좋은 꿈 꿔.
여정의 마지막엔 칼로 대화를 나누던 한 형제의 영혼을 만나게 됩니다. 과거를 속죄하고 구원을 찾으려는 동생. 그의 바람은 그 어떤 과학도 막을 수 없답니다. 그럼 그의 형은 어떻게 되었을까요?
항복하거나 내 검에 쓰러지거나 빨리 덤벼.
아주 신비롭고 재밌는 이야기가 펼쳐지는 영혼의 꽃 세상. 소환사의 협곡을 넘어 레전드 오브 룬타라의 세상에서도, 전략적 팀 전투의 전장에서도 꼭 승리하세요.
looks like. That's a big stun. That's a big engage. Oh, 80 minutes on the clock. 80 minutes to dream. Gonna be stunned to flash, and there's your first blood. Good lord, man! The dream is alive and well. The crowd erupts.
That was Summer Gaming versus Genji's game number 2. And Genji, with this game 2 victory, they were able to clinch playoffs and also stop Damon's game win streak here in the LCK. And BDD played Karma mid for the first time of the split. It was a flex pick coming out from Genji. And well, usually when it comes to BDD, we kind of remind him as a very aggressive player, going for very aggressive picks, but he thought that this can be a little bit of a waste of BDD, putting him on a very supportive role, but this time around, he managed to execute a very perfect performance of this champion, supporting a lot of his champions on other lanes. At the same time, they were not having a hard time up against Gnar pick coming off from R5. Damon Gaming, this time around, they had a very decent comp coming out from the top side of the map, but the priority was all that mattered for Damon Gaming to have a game-winning scenario. but Genji successfully neutralized the mid lane with Karma pick up against Zoe, so their master plan didn't really work well. Thematic Gaming also failed to allocate a lot of resources over to Gnar. And well, at some point of the game, they were able to close the gap between Genji. However, with the difference of the mechanics at teamfights, Genji was able to close out the game. Genji was really smart attacking the weakness of Gnar, and let's take a look at the highlight that happened at 16-minute mark of the game. Noguri was a little bit rushing, but he couldn't get the ult proc stun off of the wall. So they failed to start the CC engagement, so all of the Thematic Gaming players had to run away. Because they failed to get a kill onto Ashe, there was no way for them to win that team fight. And Karma had 2 items at that point of the game, and that is her power spike. Karma giving the shield forever for his teammates. Well, he could really zone out all the remaining players on the side of Thematic Gaming, and there was no space for Thematic Gaming to kind of push through and find the game-winning point for that fight. Thematic was actually forced into that fight, but Genji was really cool-headed and sidestepped all the poke damage coming out from Thematic Gaming. Even though Genji dropped the game in game number 1, they were still very relaxed and controlled all throughout the game this time around. Renekton already had so many items built on his pocket, so he was just casually diving in and kill the enemies and survive. This time around, Volibear and Renekton was having a lot of shield and boost, so he was able to dive onto the carry players of Thematic Gaming. It is actually impressive that Genji was committing for a fight prior to the 30-minute mark of the game. There are a lot of top lane picks coming up against Renekton, for example, a hard counter, Quinn, and in the earlier game we saw Jace. However, Gnar does kind of require a lot of conditions, so it's really hard to actually make the best value out of this champion. Now it's time to check out the player of the game on the side of Genji. It was Rascal and Renekton, the B5 Renekton. This time around, he was not the sinner, he was the redemption of Genji. A lot of people highlight Ruler on the bottom lane, but this game started off really smoothly with this solo kill at 4th level. Thematic Gaming, they would have been supposing that Gnar will be just hard winning the lane, but Renekton was doing such a great job. And Genji was able to stack up a lot of neutral objectives. And they were smooth sailing throughout the game. Oh, Renekton, his ultimate gives boost to all of his abilities because he was so ahead in the early phase of the game, he was having a really easy game all throughout the end. Well, Ruler was also doing a great job, and BDD and Karma, the shield on the side of Genji, was doing a huge contribution as well. So Thematic Gaming failed to break 2015 SKT's game score record, but let's find out in game number 3 whether they can keep their win rate on the blue side intact.
Thank you, G-Sun, as always. And I never thought I'd see the day where LS votes for the B5 Renekton, but this time around, it was well-deserved for Rascal. He was able to lead his team into the charge as it was Godzilla returns with a couple of really strong friends. So he wasn't the only one doing great stuff there towards the ending team fights, but he really got the ball rolling as Nuguri. He's going to have to reset the computer in his brain.
Maybe this is a foreshadowing, because Gnar, when he goes Mega, it's sort of like King Kong.
Yeah.
That's the next one.
Yeah, it kind of is.
It's Godzilla versus King Kong in the next, to complete the trilogy, right? It's a trilogy?
Honestly, I'm not. Honestly, I don't know. Like,
Do you even go outside?
you're
or
asking
what?
the wrong person. Well, that would be the opposite. You know, if I was going outside, I wouldn't watch movies. But the thing is,
Yeah. Not a big deal, Val.
don't go outside or watch the movies. So I like to play games, though. Either way, guys, we are going into the pick pan here for the third game. As I think it was G-Sun did mention on Twitter that because of this, Damwon will not be able to break SKT from 2015's record of best record in a season. They can still tie it if they win every game from here on out, but you know, it's not going to be easy for them.
Yeah. So we'll see if they can manage to do it. And Gen.G now, they're going to man away the Camille. Damwon with the Azir ban. Are they just going to keep the bread and butter for the Caitlyn and the Ezreal? They really just need a neutralizing bot lane. They have to just get a bot lane that can wave clear and avoid everything.
Syndra.
Well, she's been hit.
Yeah.
Her changes to her actually affect her more in bot than... Well, I mean, they affect her in mid a lot too, but they hurt bot more than they hurt mid, even though Syndra's still being hurt. So I don't think that we would see something like that coming out. It'll be pretty interesting. Gen.G with the set ban.
I'm watching the two coaches, and Zephyr is not saying anything at all.
Yeah.
Okay, now he's starting to talk a little bit about what they might want to ban. And he was saying Ashe.
What?
I was trying to read his lips, but I was failing. But then once I saw the Ashe, I was like, oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure if that is how that works.
no, like, I didn't know that's what he was saying, but once I saw the Ashe, I was like, oh, okay. That's what he was saying. And, yeah, I mean, they're going to force Ruler onto something different, I suppose.
Yeah, and we'll see what he can manage to do in the bot lane on something else. We've been seeing Jhin prop up globally a little bit. Twisted Fate is very surprising. He is very harmed with the change.
Yeah.
The added couple of seconds on the W cannot be understated. Now, in some lanes, it's not going to be the end of the world for him because of the way that the lane ends up conducting itself, but definitely is different. Ezreal being hovered. And we'll see.
This would be pretty interesting. You can imagine that BDD could consider going for Zoe, but you might just want to follow up with the, you know, the bread and butter counters to Twisted Fate, which would be Sylas Galio. And I guess the Sylas would work a little bit better with the Ezreal.
Yes.
But as I say that, he is going to lock in the Galio, so wants to play this matchup instead.
And so when I was just talking about matchups, one of the free ones for Twisted Fate is actually against Galio. So it's very hard for Galio early. You can also just start E on Twisted Fate, and you can play the first couple of lanes with a lot of freedom, and you don't really feel any W nerf on the first two waves that end up coming in. And so it'll be interesting to see if that's how it's going to go. Damwon, though, maybe they're looking to sin and basically be like, well, you know what? I think we've had enough. We're trying to end this in 20 minutes.
Yeah. It certainly looks like they're looking down that path right now, as that's not much of a neutralizing bottom lane with the Kalista. I suppose you can neutralize in terms of trying to win lane and be really aggressive, but not necessarily the kind of wave clear and, you know, pass go, collect $200 kind of bottom lane. As Tom Kench is going to be selected here. This is the old, you guys remember that old Samsung Galaxy used to play this Ruler and Cortege all the time. So this is obviously a very, very comfortable combo for Ruler.
The thing that I worry about it, though, is that Ezreal, Tom Kench, I mean, they're going in blind. So Damwon now get their pick of the litter for what supports they want. They ban away the Pantheon, even though you already have Tom, and Ezreal doesn't mind him as much as some other AD carries. So strikes me as very bizarre there. But the thing about this bot lane that is going to be changing dynamics is I am really curious how Ruler and Life expect to enact the lane kingdom down in bot lane that has really been a very big component to the pressure that they've had in both of the games that have allowed them to get a lot of freedom. Renekton unironically being banned.
Renekton just too strong. We're too far along in the movies where the Godzilla actually is very strong now. As we are on game 3, so you can only imagine. And what else are they going to take away? So you would like some kind of a top laner that's going to go in to help to initiate with the Galio, maybe something like a Wukong that is available. They're going to be up against the Jace, so they also have to consider that matchup. But we'll have to see what Damwon pinches first, as Ornn is going to be taken off.
Well, let's see. What is Gen G going to select on R4? Should be the jungle.
I think he was saying Malphite. I don't know. I saw him laughing.
Not bad at all. I mean, it's super good against Jace, super good against Kalista, super good against Twisted Fate. I mean, it just makes a lot of sense. So,
but instead we're playing Aurelia.
Aurelia, and this is going to be interesting. I am checking. Yeah, this is Gen G, not T1.
Yeah.
This is not Closer.
Wrong team.
Wrong team, yeah.
Yeah, well.
And this creates a lot of volatility inside of the game. Because if Aurelia falls behind, things get scary. So we'll see what happens. Sejuani being picked into Galio Tom is a little bit...
I think it's a denial pick, right? Away from Aurelia, Galio, melee laners, and another jungler that's tanky and can just hop into the fight. It doesn't really seem to go well against the comp or with the comp, so that's really the only thing I could think of, to be honest.
Yeah, this is very surprising. Bard now being hovered. Brad, yeah. Oh! Whoa! Whoa!
Okay.
Okay, this is interesting.
Okay,
support
Sejuani.
Sejuani.
Yeah.
is no, there's
no, yeah.
No, I don't think there's anything else.
Yeah, no.
I can't imagine.
Nocturne.
Oh, you know what? Could this be mid? Could this support TF and mid cart?
No, I think it's just gonna be the obvious one.
Okay.
For Damwon.
So, the thing is, though, is that Twisted Fate incentivizes Merc Treads to be picked up, which is MR, so Karthus doesn't like that. I wonder if this is ADTF, which ADTF doesn't care as much about the W chain. I mean, he does, but he also doesn't at the same time because he has other options that he can rely on. That would make the most sense, but also the Merc Treads, because of Sejuani, is so surprising. These are some very peculiar drafts going on here. Not in a bad way. It's just normally I do use that word to refer to something that really is
bad,
not good. The opposite of what is good.
Yeah.
But Jace, Karthus, Twisted Fate, Kalista, and Sejuani. Now, this is somewhat interesting. I am so curious to see how Canyon is gonna pilot this. He's up against a Nocturne, and so this is really a tempo matchup where if Karthus manages to get both the crabs and full clear the jungle, he's faster than Nocturne, and it can cause a 2-level disparity. So the lane setups being the way they are, if TF starts E and Jace gets control early, Ezreal and Tom are also on the back foot. This is a really hard game to play for Clid.
Yeah, I don't know how he's going to manage it. You can understand, I suppose, the Nocturne into the comp, but early game might just get stomped. We'll have to wait and see as we're coming on in here. It's also Canyon again onto Karthus, so he's really being the first, one of the guys in the forefront saying this champion is back, whether you guys like it or not, and I'm going to show you exactly why. We're trying to set up a little play here up on the top side. We saw 3-4 members.
Well, looks like they are camping the brush. They're looking for something. They're flipping a little bit. Not that big of a deal. That is a very armored. She is well farmed. Honestly, that kind of looks like it's all like legendary equipment.
Yeah.
Like that is.
She's already completed all the high level.
A lot of very rare pieces here.
Yeah.
This definitely can't be Asmon. Definitely.
Wow. Just the casual shade, like in a totally different game stream. Got him. Oh man. Yeah, still waiting on the League of Legends MMO, by the way. Riot. Still waiting. I'm that skeleton meme. Maybe someday.
Well,
maybe someday.
He's an NA.
Yeah, well.
That's
not him, I guess.
All right.
Maybe eventually. We don't have anyone named eventually.
Ooh,
Here's this E start, by the way.
Yeah, there it is.
So
There's the E start.
Galio.
It's very, very rough. And so now BDD, I mean, he's missing all of his HP. And it's really hard. He sends out the wind right there, and he's not able to really shove. So Showmaker just has so much control. Nuggery doing a really good job, too. Very slow on the second wave. And let's just take it now. Oh, the minigame. Karthus. How fast can he clear?
Yeah.
So,
well,
305 is like the reasonable assumed clear speed. When you're really bad at him, you do something like 315, 320. It's horrendous.
Gross.
If you have like a 325, 330 clear, refund the champion. But the earliest possible,
League.
I think, is something like 249 or like 247. That is unholy.
Well, he's not going to get it here.
Yeah.
That's for sure. He's also cutting red up, as maybe he wants to immediately go to the Scuttle Crab, or we'll have to. Oh, okay. He's playing it very safe against Nocturne invades.
So this is definitely slowing him down. We can subtract this from. You know?
Yeah. Okay.
We can subtract it.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna tell. We're not gonna tell Canyon to refund Karthus.
Yeah.
That's for sure. He's probably gonna actually clear it before 320 anyway, so
yeah.
He's not gonna be in there. It's been 1 day off of a year that we've seen support Sejuani. I think that said it was.
Was this a leap year?
20. Yeah, I think 2020 is a leap
yeah,
year.
right? It is.
I'm pretty sure.
So, you know, I mean, you know.
Okay.
How?
Well, I see. As Beryl is going to go forward, gotta be careful about that. There's a lot of slows and annoying stuff to deal with. As here comes the Karthus gank.
So this is the variation that Karthus has available. He could have pathed through mid.
The flash.
Yeah, flash comes out from Ruler. He could have pathed through mid because of the Twisted Fate Galio matchup and gotten the second crab. And if he does that, the Gromp ends up respawning. He has Smite available for it. He clears the Gromp and then resets. And then it lines up perfectly with a bottom to top re-clear, and then you arrive at top lane.
Beautiful.
Around the time the top laners are resetting. So everything goes pretty smooth. We're not going to have that, and so Clid, interestingly enough, is going to be the one to get to his respawn camps first.
Yeah, Clid is not sinning at all. He says, I don't even want the Scuttle Crab. You can have it. I'm just going to clear all of my camps, try to hit 6 as fast as possible. I want to be ready for when TF is out on the map. And he is prioritizing that quite a lot here. Rascal up in the top lane. Always interesting to see how the new top lane picks can go. He's going in a little bit there. Nice little trade. Some extra damage onto Nuggery. He's not only going to be taking it. A Smite comes in, and Canyon will get the double scuttle anyway.
He also already cleared. I mean, now he's going. He's all around the world. It's going to be Wolves, Raptors, and Golems. And this is the funniest thing is the opponents know Karthus is doing this. And they don't have a way to interact with it, so he's applying pressure. Even though he's not really doing anything, he's just sort of like, yeah, I'm going to explode in a couple of minutes, and you're gonna either find a way to defuse me or find some way to, you know, get to safety or something on your own.
Yeah.
So, interesting way this works.
That is the fun of Karthus, denying your opponents as much fun as possible. And that's pretty much it. Canyon not going to run at the Infernal Drake or anything like that. That would be really fantastic for his team.
6. right now, and so Requiem available. We've seen Damwon are some of the best users of Requiem.
It's a nice little trade from Rascal, forcing the flash at a Nuggery. Clid, not yet 6 up on the top side.
Yeah.
And now, because he's up there clearing a ward,
yeah,
he's going to take the Infernal.
It's going to be Infernal Dragon, and Karthus has nothing to do. And remember, this opening clear, we talked about it from draft, that this is the way that it's going to unfold. Karthus will out-level Nocturne. Now, Clid got some leeway because of the route that Canyon chose to take. Did stunt him a little bit, but it's not the end of the world. They got the Infernal Dragon for themselves, so everyone is feeling pretty good. Cloud Dragon coming up next means that no matter what, we have a Spicy Soul. And Canyon, I mean, he's almost at Runic Echo already inside of this game, and everyone has to respect the R. Clid's about to have his R as well, so Paranoia versus Requiem. We are live here in the LCK. Some other regions are not playing live, and so when Paranoia goes off, you can just lean back and look at your teammates' monitors.
Yeah.
Whereas in the LCS and LEC, sometimes players are in different rooms, sometimes their PCs are not lined up to be side by side.
Yeah.
They can't actually see the Paranoia, and they have to communicate with one another. So depending on which team you are in another region, Nocturne actually has a little bit more effectiveness.
That's great.
But not here at the LCK.
Yeah. It's like one of the only times that real life will actually come into play. And, I mean, of course, they should be communicating it anyway right away, but it can be faster to see it for yourself. As it does look like we're just going to be seeing the APTF coming in here from Showmaker to start. Clid is seen all the way up to the top side. You just know that they would love to get on top of Nuggery here. After blowing his flash just in a solo trade by Rascal, he can be very easy to take down, especially if he gets baited into a fight. But he's not going to be.
Ooh, they are flipping right now. I have... What is going on? Also, Ruler in life in a really unfortunate spot. Canyon really does not want to give this up. BDD's over here too. Okay, he's about, okay.
Here we go, no flash on Nuggery as he is going on in, and he will not have the damage. There it is, first blood comes in. Destiny Gate will be procced, and Showmaker's very far away. No thing is coming, 1Q is gonna get it, as Canyon though is gonna be stunned up, and he will be going down. Not worth it in the end, as he also had to flash for that one. Picks up the kill, but immediately does go down, as Genji will get the 2-for-1. We'll see what else they can get from this as well.
The weirdest thing is you knew. They saw Nocturne. They had vision on everything, and Nuggery still chose to walk in. I don't know where he thinks Aurelia is. Did he think she was on a little bit of a picnic, maybe, in the Golem camp to
Playing
the north?
TFT on her phone or something?
I can't fathom what his thought process is. You can deduce that Aurelia is somewhere around there.
Yeah.
So he just walks into the brush blind, flash over, and then before the wild cards hit, Canyon flashes to try to get the Wall of Pain to increase the magic damage that would be coming in. Ends up clipping it as well. The gold score is totally even, so Damwon aren't in a super bad spot right now.
They're just trying to burst it here, Wall of Pain. Looking to zone them away as Canyon is going to pick it up. In goes Beryl. He's got to be careful that Aftershock not going to last forever. They're trying to burst down, but that is the perfect devour. As in comes Galio once again, but there's so many low members, and there it is! The Requiem going to get huge damage onto everybody on the team. Picks up the double kill, and that is going to be the ace at before 10 minutes for Dom1 Gaming. They only lose one member in the trade. And that is going to be that for that team fight. Dom1 leap ahead in this game.
Well, that is going to be quite a nightmare right now. So they end up getting the Rift Herald. Rascal pinned inside of the pit, has his flash available. They end up going on to Sejuani, but so much damage goes out. Canyon reactivates the Defile,
Look at him.
Goes into the middle, and he says, yes, take me. Before saying goodnight, as the Requiem, I mean, it comes down on everyone. It does so much damage early. And what a beautiful team fight angle for Damwon. the Karthus passive creates such a nuisance for Gen G in that fight, and Karthus is just so explosive. He had his jungle item at that fight. I don't believe Clid did. And so that was also a very big swing in power.
Even if he did, he got so much less value. Even with that item, if he's like targeting one person down or like with a paranoia or something, he's doing so much less than what the Karthus was able to get done in that team fight. And that's what can happen sometimes when you fight over these Rift Heralds in really awkward spots and when you feel forced to pressure and you don't want to just let it go after losing it, you know?
I mean, this is the other thing, is you're going to lose the Rift Herald there, and your jungler's already behind, just due to the dynamic of the matchup. And I mean, right now it's going to be second Dragon going over to Damwon. They got to be really careful. Requiem's not available, but I don't know why Gen G would ever want to fight.
They're still going forward, and Clid is just, they don't even need TF here. Showmaker thinking about it, but they're not just going to go diving turrets just yet. As there is a bit of a jungle difference here in this game. A little bit of a jungle difference in this one.
Yeah, a Jiffy in the Jiffy, for sure. A little bit of a JG diff,
yeah,
if I do say so myself. And I mean, this is the funniest thing. Every time we see Karthus and he comes in late and he has really good spots, he just takes over. And it just feels like there is this impending doom, like the walls are closing in around you and you're just going to get crushed, where you're the one that has to make plays, you have to get ahead, and if you blunder or don't execute, I mean, he's just over there, he's getting, you know, I mean, his stonks are going up.
And they only, you know, they only go up exponentially from here as well. I mean, the stonks, they have developed some kind of new technology, and that company is going to 10x from here, basically. And there's not much that Gen G can do, right? I mean, you consider this game, when you think about, you know, what were the spots that Gen G had to try to shut down the Karthus? Like, maybe they could have gotten aggressive in the jungle really early. But at this point, it's like, Clid is just, you know, he's like, okay, I think maybe I can get in there, but absolutely not. No paranoia either.
And this is looking doomed for Gen G. Valdez, it really does look like this game has probably escaped them. Before they're going to be able to start getting magic resistance on their champions, they're going to be facing Soul Point. So even though some MR items can definitely come in this game and you can justifiably purchase them because of the Twisted Fate, Sejuani, and the Karthus, none of them can be built early enough to offset the pressure that is present. And so this game is looking pretty doomed. And if you're a Gen G fan and you're wondering, well, how can they come back? And realistically, it would be off the back of some sort of weird picks. It would be able to kill Karthus at a weird location so he can't use his passive, Nocturne maybe assassinating him prior to a teamfight unfolding. And, I mean, we saw it in this game. Ruler and Life couldn't really do anything with the bot lane matchup. BDD picked Galio into a losing matchup. No idea what's going on there. Gave TF one of the freest lanes that he could possibly have.
We see that Galio into TF very often here because they want to match Destiny Gate, but is it worth it when you just get dunked on in lane? I don't think so.
But very, very strange. And now, I mean, we're approaching the point. You can see the points in W. He's at 3 points in it right now.
Well, it's like, oh yeah, this isn't my jungle. Forgot. I can't really do anything. That is a sad Nocturne. Canyon's just in here like, well, Qs are going to start coming out, and he's going to be really annoying to deal with.
Ruler, he's got some, honestly, you know, he might be a dancer or something. I'm not so sure.
He dodged everything.
Yeah, he dodged
like
every single one.
Everything.
Got some nice footwork.
Even the Callista. Here comes Canyon again.
Yeah, he's just staying down here, and he doesn't really have any, well, he could have been recalled and pathing up to his top left side. That would have been the play, but here it is, the inevitable thing. It reminds me of the Thanos gift, where, or GIF. GIF?
Did you say gift?
Gift, I did.
You
that
did
was weird.
say gift.
The
Yeah.
inevitable, as he's up 2 levels. He could be up even more. if he did just reset and path towards his left side jungle sooner. And jungle at EXP, it sticks. So once you hit level 9, the game is probably at a point where the cumulative level on every team is high enough, so the jungle can't start respawning at a high enough level. And so there was a mechanic Riot added a few patches ago where once you start getting that, you get accelerated XP gains. And if you're the one constantly in control, you're maybe stealing away one of the enemy jungler's camps and you're farming all of your camps very, very quickly, that EXP is sticking very, very hard. And it can make it very problematic for the enemy jungler to try to keep up during that time period.
Yeah, and we are just waiting for this Ocean Drake to spawn now. You can see that Gen G are kind of just... They've got some very defensive vision in their topside jungle. But again, remember, this is very early on in the game still. We're only 16 and a half minutes in, and we're already looking at the Ocean Dragon coming in here, the third dragon of the game. Rascal, I mean, he started off really well in the laning phase, got the flash out of Nuggery. He's got the most kills on his team. Probably has the most, no steal there. He probably has the most gold for right now. But what is that really going to do as this game comes along? You'd have to imagine with the global pressure from both Karthus and TF, he'll be a little bit scared to try to go all in on a trade.
Well, I like the Zanyas coming out from Canyon as a means to just add more defensive measures for himself inside of the team fight, because he's already just so far ahead. He's already dealing more than he otherwise would in an even game. So the Zanyas as the second item really suffocates Gen G's options, because we mentioned, well, what's one of the ways Gen G can come back? It would be picking Karthus off randomly. And Zanyas is going to stifle their ability to do that dramatically. And I think after that, all the MR on the opponent's team, you have one of two options. You can either value your teammate's utility and go Rylai's for slows on your Defile, Passive, and Requiem, giving your teammates a lot more sticking power and potency, or you can invest in yourself and just go Void Staff third.
Knowing Canyon, I think he might just go for the damage, try to stack it up here. We never saw him pick up a Dark Seal, actually, in this game. Nobody in the game has picked one of those up, funnily enough. As we used to see a lot of Magi's early, especially if they were really far ahead and not really dying, just to stack them up and get those free stacks with Requiem assists and stuff like that. But this game is kind of accelerated out of that point, so we're just going to kind of skip that item. He is going to complete the Zanyas here, which is kind of interesting. I suppose maybe he just wanted to free up some item spots and also get that armor completion. But either way, he's going to have that ready here for the next fight as they're looking to push mid lane. And it just feels like this game has just kind of flattened out and nothing has happened. Ruler not even able to participate in this one. We're just going to easily take 2 turrets for free. How about a third?
Yeah, I mean, things are looking very interesting here.
Genji, you got anything in the tank? There's a smite. Okay.
As Genji are down so far right now. Now they're losing their jungle camps as well. And at this point, Nocturne's probably not going to get allocated gold. Oh, he's almost in Requiem.
Yeah, I was thinking.
He's almost there, but Tom Kench, close proximity.
Yeah. Also, the Unsold Spellbook heal is going to be used by Life just to top Ruler up. And now we're thinking about getting on top of Rascal here, but they don't know exactly where the rotations are coming in, so they're just going to back away on that one.
And just a little bit of downtime. Ocean Soul coming up. Ruler, he's pushing out the wave immediately, as if he has somewhere to be. And what this is going to end up doing is now this cannon wave is going to push back into the opponents and actually give them 200 free gold in EXP they otherwise would not have been able to get. So, is he even going to...
LS, that's, yeah, I don't know.
So this cannon wave by blue team could have been up past the Raptors, killing the cannon wave. And so now Kalista comes in, Nice 200 gold and EXP.
Thank you very much.
Now, what has Ezreal done during the downtime? Well, he's recalled.
He bought Trinity Force.
Could have done that anyway.
Yeah, but he got it a little bit earlier, so it feels good, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. He was going to have that on time for the Ocean Drake fight anyway, so there is that. He's not going to be able to deny that little amount of gold. Okay, that's an interesting Destiny gate. Just going to maneuver himself over the bottom lane and look to push this before we do have the Ocean Soul fight. Paranoia coming in as we're just hopping away. Klid's not able to do anything. They're desperately trying to get onto him, but Beryl is just the front line. He's going back in too. He is not messing around.
Oh no.
They just want to chip him out. That is a big WQ. Here comes Rascal from the back line. He immediately is going to die. As the damage just isn't there, and the Requiem is going to be more than enough to just shut down the two. And now little Timothy Kenshin's able to do 0. Even misses the cleanse. Doesn't matter. As Downey will go, and I think they're just going to try to push mid and end the game at 22 minutes in game number 3.
Well, it is a bit of a dippy in the jiffy here, Valdez. That was that's what happened. But two I can't speak.
Yeah.
Klid's defense.
They're not going to end the game.
They're not actually going to end the. Well, I mean, they may as well have. They got Ocean Soul. So, to Klid's defense, though, he had 3 losing priority lanes, playing against the king of the jungle when it comes to prio and tempo. So, it's an unplayable game for the Nocturne, and it's just very, very, very hard. This is one of those games where you do have to sin out of your mind to remain relevant. I mean, Beryl, he goes back in, and Canyon doesn't press the Requiem button yet because Genji would then just keep running and they don't get anything. So Rascal goes in, he's not fed enough, and the stopwatch is coming out of Genji, and there it is, the green mist above everyone's heads. Canyon goes in. No Wall of Pain yet. Ends up casting it, and then just,
안녕히 가세요.
goodbye.
Bye-bye. Everybody else on his team is screaming.
끝나는 거.
Says probably over.
Very happy is the coaching staff.
It's a lot of clapping. And I think they're just trying to mimic what happened in this game, to be honest, which is only clappage by Damwon over Genji. Game 2 was a little bit different. Genji were actually able to get a nice early lead.
Yep.
And snowball it way too out of control.
The interesting thing was Nuguri, he got solo killed in a counter matchup.
Yeah.
That is not common. And then he fell very far behind. And because of the bot lane kingdom that was being put on by Ruler and Life. Okay, let's see how much damage. Oh, well, actually, very good way at resisting it.
Yeah.
All right, comes the cost of, yeah, you got cooked.
Yeah, well, nice taunt there. It's going to save Ruler's life. As Beryl, he's found another aggressive support to play. And this might just be one that you can only play with Kalista. We'll have to wait and see how many other times he gets to play it. But we saw the Pantheon banned away. And, you know, that would be his go-to, I suppose.
Yeah.
Instead, goes for the Sejuani. They're TPing in here. They're thinking, hey, maybe we can actually contest.
It's just so...
But... Okay, well, they're going to try, well, Klid gets in, and he's probably just going to die immediately as Canyon goes for the stopwatch, and he flashes away, which is interesting. I guess they're going to let him live because he has no mana.
Oh.
Showmaker over the wall against 3.
Presence of mind.
Where is his team? He's all alone. It doesn't matter as Ruler's going to get bopped on the head by the shot blast, and Showmaker's just going to survive. Nice little stun there. And yeah, Canyon, he's full health, full mana.
Yeah.
So, yeah, nice job, Life. You got him.
Yep. And, Showmaker juking that one at the very end.
Oh.
And okay, 16-3, 25 minutes for Damwon in another clinic put on by this jungle champion in the LCK.
He bought GA. He has only GA. And Ruby Crystals. Canyon's in there and gives his life away. GG. About 26 minutes, and that was the most one-sided of the 3 games. And there you have it.
And now
as
they
Beryl
are
is getting, Coach is getting very aggressive here on the stage. He's really, really happy. And as you mentioned, they will pick up first place.
And Damwon are looking so dominant right now. Their drafts look the best the last couple of weeks in the LCK. The synergy with the entire top side of the map, Ghost knowing his role inside of the team, Beryl being unlocked because of the change in AD carry here inside of Summer. The champion picks and diversity inside of the drafts, they seemingly understand. They're never really picking Karthus super early even.
Yeah.
They're picking him late, which is what you do because otherwise he does walk into a wall and he can't do what he wants to do. And they're putting on a clinic. Game 2, I'm totally fine calling it a fluke, just like I called the DRX victory over Damwon a fluke. So Damwon look leaps and bounds above everyone else so far in the LCK so far, and we are so close to playoffs.
Yeah, it's in understanding as well as gameplay. Right, Game 2 was kind of a gameplay fluke, where the draft was okay. There were ways for both teams to win. You remember the Zoe Ezreal Bard combo that really could have taken off, but they just weren't given an opportunity to because Nuggery fell behind, bottom lane got dunked again, and they just got outplayed early. So this does seem like Damwon have really taken the throne right now of LCK. They've taken out all the top teams. They have T1 left, which is going to be really the last chance for any of the West Side teams to really have a chance against this team, which will be interesting because the way Closer's playing, he's going to be playing later today.
Yeah.
If he continues playing, you know, maybe with the change, something changes there over at T1 and they have a chance, but I'm pretty comfortable saying that Damwon should be the heavy favorite in that matchup as well.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how T1 try to resist. They're playing very different with Closer than they would with Faker, but maybe Faker comes back out for that matchup. I have no idea. But things are, well, also that is going to be a bit of a diffy in the draft, I'll tell you that much right now.
Diffy
that I think
in the
about
draft.
it. Yeah.
And I love how you're very apprehensive to like go all in and say, oh, they figured it out, you know? Because there are still things that, you know, they don't freeze at all.
It's only been 2-3 weeks of like the sheer dominance that has really been looking just so oppressive. But there's also spots that are not congruent with that line of thought that pop up so frequently. So you have to really be cautious and reserved. But it'll be interesting because it does look like Damwon will not be stopped here in Summer. And I can't recall something so convincing as we're about to lead into playoffs in recent times.
Yeah, we were talking about 2015 SKT.
Yeah.
I mean, well, first, just take a look at this beauty of a team fight. I mean, it was just lights out. Karthus got so much damage, it was probably like 5K even this early on in the game. Wouldn't even be surprised, but you were talking about dominance out of one team. I mean, in recent times we had Griffin, right, who did go on some crazy win streaks. SKT 2015 probably, but that's not super recent. I mean, that was like 5 years ago, so pretty long ago time. And it's funny that we compare them to that team because they nearly were able to defeat their record, but with this loss today, unfortunately, it is it's not going to be the case. They can still tie 2015 SKT.
So here, Karthus chooses to live because as soon as he gets the killer, the assist, he gets all of his mana back. So presence of mind coming in, and then you have Ocean Soul, so it makes sense. If he had the inspiration tree, probably just die.
Yeah, look at this mana and he'll just pop up.
야, 이겼다. 야,
Teleport here, teleport here.
야, 개꿀픽 뭐야? 레이스. 야, 세주한지 2년은 지났어.
호수야, 내가 말했지.
야, 죽여. 일로 와. 나 골픽.
Come to me, come to me. Die.
아, 골픽 좋네. 야 골픽 좋네.
He threw that all at Boris.
하거나 가자. 하나 둘 셋. 들어가. 하거나 가자. 들어가. 진짜 가자. 들어가. 잘 가고. 오케이 잘 가. 와 골픽해서 이겼다.
You ever?
Yeah. Do you remember the last time Ghost was yelling at his team because they were all saying to dive the fountain, but he was the only one that went? This time he was baiting in everyone else.
Yeah.
And Canyon got baited, but Canyon didn't have much of a reaction. He's a very calm player.
Well, I gave Canyon MVP, and
POG.
so yeah. Well,
Yeah.
same thing. I mean,
Best player in game.
true.
Me pig. And yeah, it was pretty insane damage numbers. Ezreal did get a lot of damage as well. There were a lot of squishy targets actually. Well, not a lot, but decently squishy targets for the Ezreal to just try to poke in the front line, but it just wasn't sticking because he was the only person doing anything. So they got too far behind early, and Damwon once again are going to take a big win over a very strong team in Genji.
Yeah.
As here is the POG, it is Canyon.
He's gonna go up to 800 points now.
Ties Chovy, actually.
Not on my watch.
7 out of 12, actually, were the votes. So we had 1 for mid and 4 for support.
I can understand the Showmaker getting it as well because he salvaged a lot of team fights. And I mean, he played the level 1 so well. Now, there's definitely different ways to play the Galio in order to survive against Twisted Fate. It doesn't seem like BDD wanted to try playing that way, and it would still end up with the same problems. You have 3 losing priority lanes against Karthus, so the initial jungle clear is so problematic. It's an impossible game for Clid.
Yeah.
So things are they're looking pretty rough. All things considered, as
there you go. He's ahead of Chovy here on this list.
that's a graphic error.
It's probably because of the alphabetical order of his name, I would imagine. Maybe to put him closer to his teammate.
Kana would be higher. Oh no,
Kana's not 800.
Right,
yeah, he's 700,
yeah.
I think. Not yet.
Yeah.
We'll see about
Night
later
series,
today.
Actually. I mean, just take a look here.
And as for some of the other votes, interesting.
Yeah.
There was one mid vote that was the Chinese caster. We didn't actually get any information about the 4 support votes, so we didn't get to
it's all media. It's all
figure out that.
you know,
it's Jonas Strong and 3 media. Anyway, guys, I'm going to hand it over to G-Sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's hear from the winner, the solo POG on the side of Damwon Gaming, taking down Genji 2-1. Congratulations on the win. Thank you. How do you feel, Canyon, right now? Today's Genji series, we expected it to be really rough, and it was really rough, but I'm happy that we won. But at the same time, we are super exhausted. However, Canyon, you are popping off all throughout the day. Are you feeling, or did you take the calming medicine today? Yes, I did. So that's a traditional Korean medicine that helps them feel more comfortable. So this time around, in round number 2, you guys were able to take down all the top contenders. Well, as we lost to Genji and DRX in round 1, we learned a lot, and there were a lot of feedbacks to go through, and we were able to improve based on that. And today's draft was really impressive, especially on Burrow. Poppy, well, that could be a counter pick into the opponent, and also the Sejuani. It seemed like you guys were taking it away from Genji. What was the plan in those kind of drafts? Yeah, Genji was able to dive in really well in game that we played Poppy, so we picked it as a counter pick. And in game number 3, we wanted to kind of stop them from picking the Irelia and Sejuani comp. And we were thinking of playing Sejuani on jungle, but Burrow just locked in Karthus in B5, so somehow we ended up playing Sejuani as support.
저희가 농담으로 그런 얘기 했었거든요.
Yeah, I mean, we were really joking about like Daman Gaming was like having a really weird draft, but was that really all just Burrow's opinion? Yeah, somehow I just ended up having Karthus in my hands. Well, I guess his teammates really believed in your Karthus pick in jungle. Speaking of Bobby, well, I mean, yeah, there was a reason for that pick, but you guys had a really hard time on the bottom lane, and I heard that Ghost actually said that the lane phase was still suffering, and he looked a little bit mad after game 1. What did the players say after that game? No, he was not mad at all. We were just discussing about the lane phase. And also we were saying that because Genji, the bottom duos, were not really diving in, it was really hard to counter them with Bobby pick. In game number 1, Thomas Macro was really on point and destructive. You guys didn't really contest for objectives, rather you guys went in for the turrets and other macros around the map. Was that something that came up throughout the game, or was that all planned before? Well, that was not our first intention, but our bottom duo was having a really hard time. They even got solo kill during the laning phase. So we kind of adapted to the given situation. During the laning phase, well, we always highlight Ghost stats that he has 10 jungle proximity. Yeah, I just heard that. Well, I guess he does a great job by himself. I mean, he's really good at holding on by himself, and he also never like says anything bad about it. He's never nagging about it. So I think he's a really great team player. Kenyon, and a lot of people are saying that you're having your prime time and you are the best jungler in LCK. I don't think that's true. I think our team is allocating a lot of resources over to me, so I have to kind of respond with good performance. Moving on to game number 2. Well, Daman Gaming did not look as powerful as in game number 1 and 3. What was the reason for that? Well, about in jungle prior, well, Showmaker was overextending and he died there, so we got doomed. I guess that's the feedback from Kenyon about the mistake that happened in the mid lane. However, in game number 3, the strong Daman Gaming was back. So let's take a look at the highlight where Daman Gaming made an ace at 9-minute mark. Well, earlier to this fight, you guys actually lost the skirmish on the top side. Well, I think we had the tempo right here, and Genji, there wasn't the reason for them to contest for it. But somehow we started off this fight, and my ultimate went in really well, so we were able to pick up 5 kills. Because Daman Gaming was able to pull off the best macro possible at the given situation. And we saw on Daman Gaming's social media that the CEO gifted you guys a golden key, and heard that your CEO is having his birthday today. Well, I really appreciate those gifts. And I mean, I feel I'm really lucky, and today is his birthday, so I hope he had a great one, and I hope this victory can be a birthday gift for him. In order to solidify your spot on the first place, you guys better win all the remaining series. Yeah, we will do our best in our upcoming series, and Seorean Prince, we shouldn't let our guards down up against them, so we will keep working really hard in all the remaining series. Any last message for your fans? I mean, it's been a long while since we played without our fans, but still some of the fans are sending us gifts and presents. So we will do our best to show them the best performance possible. This will be the end of the interview with the solo POG Canyon from Thematic Gaming, and this is now the time to check out the updated standings here in the LCK. I guess someone definitely came out on top of the standings, so let's check out.
Thank you, G-Sun, as always, for the wonderful translation, as we do have 3 teams that have locked in their spots for playoffs. Of course, Damwon, DRX, and Gen G. But Damwon, with this maneuver, with this win tonight, the 2-1, they do move into first place with a plus 21 game score, which is just unbelievable.
Yeah, that is super, super insane. And if you look at the lineup of teams that they have left here in the LCK Summer 2020 split, only T1 really looks like you could make an argument or a case against them taking down Damwon. But even then, I think the T1's by far the underdogs going into that match.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw DRX get crushed. Gen G had a little bit of a better time today, but in the end, it still kind of ended off in this weird game 3 where they just got crushed again.
Gen G is...
Damwon just has this ability to destroy teams.
Yeah, it feels like Gen G's game number 2 win was very akin to when DRX beat Damwon. The manner in which it unfolded. But we got a nice game coming up next. T1 takes on Sully One Prince.
Yeah, and we'll see you guys after the break in about a half hour.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
back, guys. We are here after the break, and we are moving on into the second series. Bless you, by the way. Thank you for that. Just blessing us as we come into this very holy second match.
I was allergic to some of the drafts. You know?
You already could feel it coming.
I think that's actually what it is. You know?
Yeah. T1 up against Sorewon Prince. So, as you can see behind us, it is going to be an interesting match. This is, again, another one that, for T1, they should 2-up.
Yes, they should.
They should.
And Closer's playing today, who might speed things up a bit, given how he's been playing. So it's going to be interesting to see how Sorewon Prince tries to resist against T1, if they even can. They've been looking very, very, very lost, and they're not getting any of the edges that they were getting in spring.
Yeah, not really sure what happened to them, but things have taken a turn for the worse. Them and Hummel Life Esports down towards the bottom currently of the standings. T1, though, do have an opportunity to get on the same game score, or not game score, but the same standings, same amount of wins and losses as Gen G, as Gen G did just take the loss up against Damwon and are now 10-4.
Yeah.
T1 currently 9-4. So if they do pick up this win, they'll be able to tie them there essentially, even though Gen G will be ahead on game score. As here are the points of the match.
And 12-match losing streak after one win. Sorewon Prince has to uncuff their losing streak versus T1. Brought more aggression with their new lineup, and obviously alluding to Closer will be here. Match history is 0-6 in favor of T1.
Yeah.
Couldn't even get a game against them. Can they get an upset tonight? Probably not. Isolated deaths first on Ixu versus solo kill first Kana. Remember, I told you to look at the script in the last series. Kana is going to go up the player point tonight. And Ixu is pretty interesting because I believe he's like 11th in most of his stats, right? Or even 12th.
We might get a look.
Yeah.
We might get a closer look at the top lane. We'll have to see. Can Mickey roll 6 on his dice and make Closer take the L for the first time? I feel like this is like a loaded dice, you know? It's not the ones that are going to roll the 6 very often. It's like the one you give to the customer so that it always rolls a 1 or 2. But yeah, he might have to fix his dice if he wants to have a chance up against Closer, who has been proving to be quite the young gun here for T1.
Interestingly enough, Kana is at 23 solo kills, and Marin's record in the LCK is 31. So it would be pretty interesting to see if Kana can actually break it by the end of the split. That would be a very tall order to come out of him. We'll see if they can manage to do things. Also, T1, they are on the red side, which they have historically utilized actually pretty poorly, and they're doing it coming into game number 1. And if this was a Beckett grading service card, this would be the one you want to have, but not for the LCK. 10s all around.
Wow.
Definitely not the kind of black label that you're looking for here.
Yeah, feels pretty bad.
Oh, man.
For them, nothing is going right. And you see that for T1. I mean, they have 3rd KDA, which is actually pretty decent. We're going to take a look here at who is starting. It is going to be Hybrid and Secret down on the bottom side. Kuma will be hopping back into the jungle. And it is, of course, still Mickey and Ixu there for mid and top. No changes for those 2 roles. And for T1, we already mentioned how Closer is playing.
Yeah.
Will there be any other changes?
Well, T1 roster right here, Kana and Cuz shown up first. Closer, there's a lot of C's on this team.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's pretty interesting. Teddy right there at the end, and then a E for effort. So no surprise going on there. Faker still not showing up here, and the big question remains is, when will he end up returning? As, is T1 just trying, okay, and here we go.
We are actually taking a look at the top laner stats. I wasn't sure if we actually were going to. First in the LCK for solo kills is Kana. First in the LCK for isolated deaths is Ixu.
Yeah.
And at least he doesn't have any 11s on the list. There's that.
That is true. He's improved since the last time.
Although LCK first for ISO deaths is again.
Yeah,
the most,
that's
the
worse
worst.
than 11.
Yeah,
That
so
is,
it'd be like 13th maybe.
That. Yeah, that's.
For top
No, doesn't it
laners.
includes every single role, not
Yeah.
just top. So.
So what is it, like 25th? I don't know if I want to
Like,
go into that.
200th?
Yeah.
You know, like, I don't, yeah.
Yeah, well, he has, you know, he comes in here, he's a fiery player, but unfortunately I think he's kind of thrown caution to the winds in a lot of his matchups, and that's part of the reason why he gets isolated and then killed. Kana's laughing because he knows this is going to be a highlight game for him. He says, well, I was able to do it against better opponents. See what I can do today.
Well, let's see what both of these teams are going to be able to do here. Will Cuz maybe pull out the Gragas? He's probably the best Gragas player, maybe even in the world. So that would be pretty nice to see. We did just see a performance by Karthus in the previous game. Cuz is another Karthus enthusiast. I also saw an Italy game. Cuz is an Italy enthusiast.
Whoa.
Even though in competitive, has not actually played that many Italy games, but it was one of the champions he rose to power with in the solo queue rankings once upon a time. So we'll see. Hybrid is back. So see if he can get any sort of carry champion, but marksmen are being hit all around. However, Caitlyn might be right up his alley.
I think we might actually see a ban. We'll have to wait and see. It's becoming very popular nowadays in the international League of Legends scene. And here we go. Finally ready to hop into pick and ban. And let's see what is going to happen here. So one Prince on blue, T1 on red. Maybe they'll show us some more counter picking for Kana up on the top side, as Kalista going to be taken off the board.
And Twisted Fate now being banned by T1. Zoe is going to be removed from the table. And T1 now. Aphelios getting banned away.
Maybe they think this is 10-14.
I sneezed for a reason. You know, I mean, I definitely did sneeze for a reason, is what's going on here. I don't think they might not have read the patch notes about this.
Oh, well. Maybe they have a master plan. Let's give that to them. We don't know yet. Karma is going to be banned. As Karma's
pretty good.
Strong.
Yeah,
on
Karma's
this patch.
very, very nice. Now, this is an Aurelia slight buff patch. Closer is being hailed as the Aurelia. And so it would be nice to see if T1 could actually pull it out here today. And there it is. Caitlyn going to get locked in by Sully Prince. Now, probably going to be met with an Ashe. Ashe X. Probably see Ashe jungle.
Yeah.
Good to see Ashe top lane. I think those are probably the two best iterations. A multi-flex top laner that's able to go into different roles, or a jungler that can be flexed.
Maybe a set or something.
Why would you? Why would you do that?
Polar Bear Ashe sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah.
They don't have to pick the Ashe yet, but
Freylord passive. Oh, they're picking the Ashe.
yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Or will
they
they?
still got 13 seconds to change their minds.
Maybe they.
They're rereading the script. They're trying to figure out. They kind of lost their place. They're not sure what line they were on.
Oh!
Yeah. And as you were saying, Ezreal is going to be picked.
And this is interesting. So they don't take the vacuum answer to the Caitlyn, so deviating from the LCK script, page 3, line 16, and...
Yeah, for match 2.
Yeah, for match 2. As Olaf now coming in. And again, these are a ditto. They derive from the same family tree in terms of how they're going to conduct themselves in game. But with Caitlyn being in the bot lane, the support is going to have to really come in strong here to offset some of the pressure. So if Solly Prince just goes multi-flex champion here on B3, multi-flex being support mid-top, then things get pretty interesting. No, they're gonna blind LeBlanc, and that strikes me as a bit bizarre.
Mickey just picking for himself. Says, I want to play LeBlanc. I'm picking LeBlanc.
Can't imagine we would see Aurelia in this point, or at this point. Maybe the LeBlanc is being used to dissuade that, but Solly Prince is going full sin, as now Silas is coming in. And LeBlanc is considered a counter to Silas inside of laning phase, and then in the later stages, I mean, Silas doesn't really have any key ultimates right now. Although it's been a while since I've seen him use a headshot from Caitlyn.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we can see that combo for the first time in a while, but it doesn't... I mean, there was a lot of other stuff that is still, you know, quite strong. Nidalee's going to be banned here, so I guess they're still giving some thought to the idea that Volibear can be flexed.
Lux now is being removed from the table, as well as Morgana.
Yeah.
And I wonder if this signifies... No, that's Kale. That's the other block.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I get it. You can get them all mixed up.
Sorry about,
Yeah, not a big deal. Not a big deal.
Apparently I'm lost sight now on the desk.
Well,
cannon.
So, set now, being hovered. I don't know what this draft is trying to do. I'll be completely honest with you. It's all over the place. I mean, you have Volibear and Ezreal. That's how you open. Ezreal is going to be feeling some awkwardness against the Caitlyn. And then opponent responds Olaf LeBlanc. So they're trying to get mid prio as well as bot prio, and then you respond Silas. So I don't understand. The Alawi's being hovered. This is another champion that prevents Silas from being flexed. And when the set comes in on R4, it's like, well, what are we trying to really do? Now, it doesn't change the fact that T1 might still win because their players are just insane. But there's not a very clear identity. At least Solly Prince they have an identity in their selected champions so far.
Brad.
And they're going to be trying to play for Soul Point. And there's Alawi. So this is locking up, or at least dissuading, the Silas pivot up into top. Alawi also annihilates Volibear. It is so one-sided, it's not funny.
Now, this is a effort pick, but he's going to pick the Vlad for one of his laners here.
It's going to be Vlad top, and it's quite a bit of magic damage on their team composition. As Volibear is hybrid on how he conducts himself.
Vlad is like all-out magic damage.
Vlad is pretty much all-out magic. Then you have Silas. Ezreal's like 70-30 or 80-20, depending on how he ends up itemizing. Obviously, you have Set there, but definitely interesting. I mean, Banshee's Veil is purchasable. Olaf is going to get value in the later stages. We'll see if either of these teams actually do the Solari second. We just saw that this past weekend, actually, in LCS. Whoa. It was TSM. Their jungler ended up doing it.
And, man, I come into this, I take a look. Yes, the LeBlanc blind pick was a little bit out of sorts, right? But when you take a look at it, you were talking about playing for Soul Point. They have a lot of priority, but down on the bottom side, they have Olaf, who's going to be all over the Dragons. It doesn't turn out to be that bad, I think, in the end.
Solly Prince's team composition is literally solo queue premium. I guess that's what the SP stands for. As their draft is very solo queue-esque. They're trying to get prio everywhere, and then they're going to try to get souls. T1s are really all over the place because the jungler doesn't have the greatest of times. Silas slots in odd. Vladimir wants a lot of time, but you don't have a lot of time because of what the opponents are trying to do. He does beat Alawi, and then you have the Ezreal and Set randomly thrown in together. So
new best friends. They didn't know it until today.
now it doesn't mean that T1 won't win the game because of the gap between the two teams' levels, but it does leave you scratching your head because
And it's not even always the team's levels. I mean, we saw B5 Renekton get a smashing win Pog vote
Godzilla.
victory in game 2.
my hand shook as I wrote that one in.
I had to force you. I had to put your pen down on the paper.
You grabbed my forearm.
Yeah.
It made me make a fist and give the check mark in the top lane box there.
Yeah. And we're going to have a pause, which is kind of, it wasn't immediate, so I don't think it would be a toilet issue in this case. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe it's like a settings issue, hopefully. And, yeah, you know, it's not always, you know, as you always say, you have to look at the context, right?
Yeah.
Just because Renekton wins after being picked late doesn't mean he's a good late game pick, or late draft pick.
Teddy has a microphone issue, apparently.
Yeah, so we are...
I think just ended up dying. And the interesting thing, so right before we cut to break, we saw a call on Caitlyn. I mean, that speaks volumes to how comfortable Hybrid is feeling inside of the lane. And normally you cheater into a call, but there are a lot of lanes that you can just outright start it. Not just in bot lane, top lane as well, mid lane as well. We've seen it many times.
Also, we don't cheater here, so...
No. Well, sometimes we do it unintentionally.
Yeah, I mean... So,
Which is sort of like starting fire. And you didn't mean to? Do you know what I mean?
Starting a fire? You're talking about
fire.
Pokemon.
No, I'm not talking about Pokemon. I'm talking about starting an actual fire.
So I just assume that you're always talking or relating to Pokemon in some manner.
I'm sure that there's probably ways that someone could unintentionally start a fire before like technology and everything, but not know how they did it or why.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's like that.
You consider like the breadth
Yeah.
of the amount of years that
How many?
you know, pre-humans were around. And then eventually, you know, someone just drops a rock on another rock, and then a spark flies onto a piece of a leaf that he had nearby, and then all of a sudden he's got fire.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a very dry day.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they try to recreate it because, of course, it's really cool.
Okay.
And they burn their hand, and it smells good, and they're like, maybe I could use this on the bird that I that I caught earlier. And that is how you get barbecue.
Okay, great. Excellent. Thank you for that, Valdez.
Yeah.
I just wanted to let you know that Bard apparently is the oldest League of Legends champion. I read that during the break.
Really?
Yeah.
That makes a lot of
He
sense.
predates
I relate with
Star.
him so well.
Yeah. Not a big deal.
So wait, so how old is that?
No clue.
Nobody knows?
Nobody
it's like
knows.
unknown?
Yeah.
So he predates the stars, is what you were saying?
Yeah, I believe so. I could be wrong here.
Isn't that something you read?
I read it, yes.
Where did you read it?
I read a lot of things.
Oh,
And the lore power level thing.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. That guy usually does his due diligence and research.
Okay. You know, this is, again, I just hope that they're building up their lore in hopes of, you know, we don't want a movie, we want an MMO. Just going to throw that out there. I said that in the beginning of the last series as well, but we're still waiting. We're still waiting on that one. Maybe someday.
Well, so far in this game, Alawi is going to have somewhat of a rough time here against Vladimir. Secret's going to move over here. Spot, Cuz
thanks him for the 10G.
Yeah. Thanks him for a little bit of gold. And Ixu actually laughs as he... I don't know if there's any sort of like weird interactions with like laugh or taunt on champions. Sometimes that actually... that exists. And
isn't it like sometimes when you cast abilities? Like
you can... I mean, I don't know if they've patched it. Yeah, some abilities. Like Fizz used to have it. I think Zac used to have it. Aphelios used to have it. We got a gank.
Well, they're going to lock in Secret, who is in a very safe spot, actually. And here comes Volibear's younger brother, Olaf, coming on in, and Effort's going to have to flash. So neither support has their flash. Ignite also gone on Effort, but Heal is gone on Hybrid, and it ends up being a very equal trade. Some prio in the bottom lane because is able to come on over. Okay, Secret. Okay. We're going to get the slow. They will actually follow on this. It's very annoying for Cuz. He's not going to die, but he will take a decent amount of damage on his way out.
But it ends up being a victory for T1. So after everything transpires, Olaf, he's going to end up resetting, but Cuz is going to get the Scuttle Crab on the left-hand side as well. So at the end of the day, a very nice opening, and you can see Kuma is not going to have anything to do. Ends up actually sharing EXP, and Mickey, because he went Ignite, wait.
Oh, he's going to keep some.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. So he thinned the wave.
Yeah, he puts on a little
I just
freeze.
didn't expect him to thin it in that kind of a manner. Thought maybe keep a little bit more minions alive. It doesn't really matter at the end result because you have the cannon and it's so healthy.
Yeah.
I got really nervous. I thought he was going to shut the whole thing. That's actually why my heart, skipped a beat.
Clear the wave and then just wait for the other wave.
This is really good. So let's see if he pulls the wave back.
This is a good example. Why don't you count the amount of minions he denied? So that's a whole wave, right?
It's already been an entire wave that LeBlanc's missed. Now, he blunders it a bit, as it should have been able to been maintained further.
Yeah, it's a whole wave still.
Yeah. And
look at the levels.
I mean, Mickey is just so far behind. Now, you can expand upon this in later stages of the game, obviously. The same concept applies. It doesn't change because the clock changes.
Once we cross the 5-minute mark, unfortunately, freezing, it disables itself. It freezes itself.
Now, Mickey's going to try to do the same thing because he's behind. But when you do it when you're ahead, it really hurts that much more. And it helps keep the other person honest. So we got a bit of a freeze war going on here.
Whoa. He discovered the new technology. His buddy discovered fire, so he's going to try to do it himself. Unfortunately, closer from ahead, as you mentioned, he is going to be able to exert his presence and potentially stop a freeze by either shoving or pulling the wave, as Olaf is nearby, but he's going to be spotted. His closer will, in fact, be shoving. Here comes effort. That did not work, but that is going to be the power of the oldest champion. Isn't Aurelion Sol older? Like, isn't he made of the stars?
I'm going to have to take a rain check on that answer. I'm going to have to consult with the guy that does all of this. Ooh.
Nice.
Ooh, that's the clone.
Yeah.
Oh, kill the clone. 25. Hey.
Yeah. Cuz was waiting. He was trying to pick up the big 300, but didn't end up happening.
Do you know the most valuable 50 gold in the game?
The Nexus.
No. Tibbers.
Wow. I couldn't have even imagined. Oh, well, we might have a dead Bard here. Secret is going to get hit again. And I don't know how that happened so many times in a row, but he is unfortunately just going to give his life away here, as Hybrid says, well, I'd rather solo lane anyway.
Well, T1 is, I mean, they're in really comfortable positions pretty much everywhere. And so Hybrid not really having the best of times, can't really do anything down here at this point either. And Cuz, I mean, he's farming away to paradise.
Yeah. He is literally sitting there. He's LSing. And he's taking all his camps. That's all he's going to do. He got all the scuttles, so he got all 3, so he's feeling pretty good. Blue buff. Handoff. And he's actually going to take his red now. See what he goes from there. And let's see how Secret gets hit again.
And Secret just gets tagged by Set. Not really a whole lot that he would be able to do there. And Closer is really just putting on a clinic here in mid. And Mickey, I mean, taking that Ignite is so peculiar in the lane. And I think that Closer really utilized his teleport advantage very well to create so much pressure for himself just via War of Attrition. Basically saying, well, you took Ignite, you didn't get a solo kill on me, you never manipulated your wave to be favorable for your jungler. And I mean, they even botched it super early on. Like the first 2 Scuttle Crabs where Kuma ends up coming in. And now Kana, I mean, he has the ability to freeze, and Alawi has nothing to do. So you can see Ixu running, yeah, question mark ping. He says, well, the Alawi's missing. She's going on a bit of an adventure, but Kana's just freezing up there in top lane. Notifies the teammates. Alawi finally returns to it, but, I mean, you see the CS lead. You see the XP lead in top 2. And Kana's doing it all by himself. It's just lane manipulation 101.
Yeah, I would like to see it a little bit more. That's the next step. And I think it might just be because Sato and Prince gave a lot of the T1 laners some very obvious spots to do it in. Whereas in other games, the players are kind of like, well, you know, I could push here, but...
You're gonna let it in? No!
Very obvious free spots for T1.
I mean, Kana is being pretty relentless with the lane state that he keeps holding. He's gonna unlock it now. It seems as maybe he thought that they were gonna be on the Herald, but he has more than enough time to get there.
Yeah, so he's just shoving in a wave. He doesn't have TP, so maybe he wants to pick up his first item and then be ready for the Rift Herald. That's another reason to try to push it in real quick. He's gonna pick up a blasting wand, or not a blasting wand, a needlessly large rod.
Gets the reset. Running back into the lane. Things are looking really rough. It's okay, effort, honestly. I mean, he's been throwing his hands out. He should consider being a dancer, perhaps, with how everything is going on here. He's trying to, you know, I think he was talking to Joe, and he asked, what are the chances he could do a, you know, a halftime show?
Yeah?
In the NFL, you know? Like, he was asking Joe if he could hook him up. So he's really working on that as set here.
He's trying to strut his stuff.
Yeah.
That's for sure. He's dancing his way to the victory down the bottom side. So and Prince might just take the Rift Herald here. It doesn't look like Cuz or anyone really is nearby. Here comes Vlad, though. And effort is going to be here on time, but might be a little bit too little too late as the positioning is good from Sato and Prince. There is the smite, and now Kana's way out of position as he's looking to try to zone away Mickey with this one. Gets the phase rush, but here comes everybody else. Finally flashes over, and 4 members could not take down 1. So T1 will look to push other lanes.
Yeah, and I mean, Silas got the crash in mid, and so Mickey is just losing more and more EXP, more and more gold. Hybrid, listen.
He's dead.
He's about to become a hybrid. As, all right, that wasn't even balanced.
He, smited by Teddy from miles away. He smote him down.
Yeah.
His true shot barrage.
And T1 now with a 2,000 gold advantage here at 11.5 minutes. They already have the first dragon. They rolled phenomenally on the Cloud Drake. And things are looking... Okay, closer... Oh, he missed the... Yeah. Missed the cannon. So. What is Mickey...
Well, he's doing a little bit of damage, I guess. But there are 3 members here in the mid lane, and they're all just staying. They're really trying to force this Rift Herald as Mickey is so low, is going to survive, just barely. Not sure that I can say the same for Secret as, okay, he's going to take the magical journey. And they will actually get out of here scot-free. Nobody's going to lose their life in that trade. Well, I caster cursed it. There you go, cuz gonna pick up the kill somehow in the jungle.
You want to know why he just went and killed Mickey?
Why is that?
Because he can.
I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm sorry.
I'll find my dentures myself.
How can you without your glasses, though? Are you sure? You don't need any help? Like.
Oh, always putting the L in LS here. You know, it's just how it goes. So, teleport came in from closer, but it wasn't necessary because Volibear's ult disables the turret. So it's not like the ultimate to lock up the turret minion really mattered. So he ended up actually missing a cannon and a couple of minions for that, but...
Wasn't expecting the flash, I guess. He got clapped. That's one big teddy bear.
Unbearable.
Yeah.
Is how he's been for Solo 1 Prince.
I mean, he's barely making this bearable for Mickey. And I don't know how he's going to handle this.
Yeah, I mean, it's because Mickey, you know, not really not having a good time here.
No.
Goes for the chain, can't really find it.
Oh boy. This is not gonna end well.
Oh no.
Here comes Bard.
Oh!
But yeah, that's what yeah. Oh, well. You guys hear the
Korean
Korean
cast?
caster in the back? Sometimes I wish we could cast like that.
Yeah. Well, sometimes we do, you know?
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Teddy is finally going to take this turret down here.
Oh boy.
He'll end up getting that for himself. Cloud Dragon's going to go over to T1. This is really looking like a stomp. I remember T1 versus Dynamic Q. I mean, I thought we were done with it, but it seems like that is exactly what we have going on here. And Alawi, I mean, she's just so far behind the Vladimir. It is really not a good look. And Ixu, you know, he's defaulting to this because Sully and Prince are losing pretty much every game, and Alawi is his best champion. And so he's just picking it, hoping that either the opponent donks off into it with a pick and he just gets really lucky, or that he just makes it mid-game pretty safe.
I thought he was just going to get him there, as Mickey might be got. But no Facebreaker, no ultimate available here for effort. They're trying to dive Kana now. Doing a nice amount of poke damage to start us off, but he does have the Spellbinder, and he does have his ultimate available. Is just going to go into the pool, and see you later. That was, that's not the gank you're looking for. Yep. Let me see if I can play a little Jedi mind trick on them. Yeah, that's, yeah.
Yep.
No, Kuma, that's not going to do it. Secret also.
Ooh!
Okay. See, that's the power of Brad.
Is he still chasing? He might still be chasing. He does not have Deadman. Yeah, he's going to give up. So Bard does manage to get away with there. And Hybrid is...
Good trade by Hybrid.
Yeah.
Gonna throw down some heals, will Secret.
And Hybrid, right now, there's not really much he can hope to do here inside of this game. He's just so far behind as Caitlyn, and that's never a spot that you want to be in. This game is looking really doomed. And Mickey, I mean, he might... No? He's gonna shove the wave back into Aphelios. So we can... Or not Aphelios, Silas.
Aphelios?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
so why don't you break down the dive here for us?
Well, they try to crash and go onto the Vladimir, and it's flat ultimate into Cuz being there with them and effort. I mean, they're just being read like a book. So, pretty easy pickup. Kuma tries to just smack Volibear, but you don't win in these sustained fights, ever. He has too much healing. And it's not like he has an Executioners on him. Finally! The first core items completed now, almost across the board for Sully and Prince, but it's 17 and a half minutes. I mean, Alawi still doesn't even have the Black Cleaver. So, yeah, there it is. The goal difference over time, just a slow and steady decline.
Down to 7,000 gold at 17 minutes. Definitely a one-sided game from here. And they're going up against a Fed Volibear. It's pretty much unkillable. A Fed Vlad, who is just going to have more fun as he gets more gold and the game goes on. And he also got Trinity Force nearly at his Muramana Ezreal, who's going to be hitting his 2-item power spike. There's really not much that Soto and Prince can do here.
And, well, Cuz is going to pick up the Rift Herald for himself. 8,000 gold advantage here for T1. Poser's going to insta-shove it right back. 1.5 minutes until that Mountain Dragon's going to come up. And it's looking like T1, they might just play it out until Soul to be super careful. But the game can definitely end, but it requires Sully One Prince to handshake it. They need to completely just blunder a fight with a minion wave in close proximity, and then the game can actually end very early.
I mean, Dalmon's done that, like, probably 5 or 6 times in the last couple of weeks. I don't... If any team can do it, then you know there's always a chance. So It's really up to T1 to see if they can try to drag them out of position and then take a fight like that and try to end. But knowing T1, I think they'll try to be a little bit safer as Cuz is going to steal away the big Raptor. And not much else is going to happen here. We're just kind of waiting for the Mountain Drake here in 20 seconds.
Miramana almost complete, I would imagine, by Teddy. And we see Cuz with a null magic mantle, and I am hoping that that turns into a locket. That would be a very nice thing to see.
New technology.
New tech.
Don't know if we're ready for that one yet here in the LCK.
Only TSM.
We're still in the Bronze Age over here. Kana is just running. He's just running in and running out. Like, he doesn't care. We'll always be happy to take trades like that on the Vlad. That's a nice amount of poke damage. Shelly's actually going to get the charge down. As effort goes in, baits in Ixu. Closer comes in and closes the deal.
Oh! Secret doesn't have his bone plating up.
Look at effort.
Very squishy. Yeah. Hybrid trying to do as much damage as he possibly can. It's going to be the Mountain Drake picked up. I really wish that we could get a T1 chance. Okay.
And
okay, 4 MR, and I
9 armor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
9 armor. Okay, that was
pretty sure it was 9 armor.
Synergy.
Yeah.
You were looking at the armor, and I had the MR.
Perfect.
That was really good.
We've been practicing.
Yeah, we definitely have.
Downtime. That's how we spend our Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah. Well, that's one big bear.
That is absolutely a big bear, and there's only one thing better than that. I do see the Haunting guys on Silas.
Whoa.
So, honestly, the sales have been up here.
That's true.
In Korea, so.
Advertising going well.
Yeah.
Your marketing team deserves a raise.
Added some new products. Lockets.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, Sunday and Prince are going to do what they do best. They're going to fight. And they're going to force a fight here. They're going to try to chase down Closer, who actually is in a little bit of an awkward spot here with the Ignite onto him. He's going to be sniped away. You see the go ping on a Baron. They're like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do Baron. They're not going to do it, though.
They're not going to do it. And, I mean, this would suggest that teammates on Sully One Prince have very, very different ideas of the state of the game with the go ping onto the Baron. Olaf, he has the Warmogs, but he still can't even enable it yet. So, passive not there. So, we shall see what ends up happening in the rest of this game. 3.5 minutes until that Mountain Dragon is going to come up, and Teddy and Kana just pillaging the jungle of Sully One Prince, and there's really not much that Sully One Prince can hope for at this point. And okay, ultimate used by Ixu.
Here we go. Does he have enough MR to try to deal with this? Empowered Q is going to be enough with the E that comes in. Very straightforward trade here from Kana, who we can't see the level right now of Ixu, but I think it was 14. Has that level up and a million more items than he does. And a pretty simple step for Kana to take on his dominance of the side lane.
Yeah, I mean, Malawi does not really fare that well.
Okay, here we go. They're gonna try to block down, and Secret is just barely gonna miss with the very stylish Tempered Fate. As okay, Teddy's gonna take a little bit of damage, but not nearly as much as Hybrid is going to, as that is one angry bear. Definitely a polar bear, guys. Do not go near the polar bears. Yeah, they're very dangerous.
That was so much styling out of T1 in the fight. I mean, that was really good. Bard does the magical journey, and then he can't quite get through it, so Effort says, let me give you a hand, as he superplexes him right over it. And T1 now, they're going to get the Baron. I mean, Kuma might try to go for the steal. He's down a level.
Well, he's spotted.
Yeah, there is also a blast cone, so.
Yeah, he's just going to flash the wall, and he's going to die anyway. Yep. Down you go.
And that is going to be it. Not really much for Sully One Prince to do. 12,000 gold lead. Mountain Soul is up in a minute and a half, and the Baron persists into it. So it's probably all that she wrote here.
well. Oh, that was a nice read on the distortion, and now he's aiming for hybrid. Thought maybe he'd aim for Mickey and force a step back from the distortion, but not the case.
And Teddy gonna end up getting the red buff, blue trinket, utilized to the left of Wolves.
Here we go. Yeah, I don't know. That's not the Brad I know.
Well, take a look here. Protobelt goes forward. Test of Spirit ended up missing. And then right at the very end, another Test of Spirit comes out, but there was no killing him.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, no one's even saying anything there. So take a look at this one. Pulled out of the magical journey and said, you know what, let me help you. As Secret just getting brought down, Teddy landing everything in hybrid. I mean, I have no idea what he was trying to do there. He should arrest himself. As Caitlyn, that would probably be a better usage of his time. But Deathcap trying to be purchased by LeBlanc. Death's Dance being built next by Ixu here up in top lane. It's just not going to matter, though. I mean, the item discrepancy is just so big. I love what Kana did, by the way. He's sitting on the Haunting guys. So he's sitting on the majority of the HP that the item will actually give you, even when you complete it into Leandri's Torment. And he's sitting on the Madness passive with the ability power. Not going up into Leandri's, and instead valuing the utility of the CDR and the stopwatch by going into the Zanya's path, because he knows I don't actually need excess damage. I just need to make sure you can't cheese me.
Yeah, it's very true. So he's itemizing well, and everybody's going to die now. We're just going to pop them on the heads with our little red hammer. And down they will go. Only Ixu and Mickey survive, but I guarantee you they're going to be looking to get in there. As, yeah, that was Ixu's try. Let's see what Mickey's got. What do you got for us, Mickey? You just know Teddy's going to look for it here. Are we diving?
Oh! Oh! The fadeaway did not work!
Yeah, it goes to stopwatch. That's going to be the end of this game. 16-1 as T1 make it look like a simple walk through the park in solo queue. That will be game 1, going to the side of Telecom 1, as I like to call them every once in a while.
And that's going to be it. And it looks like all the players are walking off the stage, so no one is expecting that they're going to be subbed out or anything.
No selling.
Number 2.
No celebration.
No celebration. Nothing going on here. As that was a very, very big stomp here in game number 1. Sully One Prince, I mean, they picked the solo queue premium team comp, but it seems like it's just like there's a bit of a tear gap, you know?
Yeah.
Bit of a diffy in the elo, the MMR. It really looked like it was just a field of players that are just outmatched, pretty much individually, because all of their lanes got pulverized. And the Olaf can't really do anything when all of his lanes just get pulverized. So Mickey, obviously with the Ignite, didn't play the lane in the manner that he should have with Ignite. Ended up losing it basically on his own accord, and Closer just converting the teleport into insane advantages. And I like the freeze wars that we saw a little bit.
Yeah, but they ended at like 6 minutes. But at least it happens, right? It's better than not happening.
Progress,
so, yeah. Just little by little, game by game, you know, 1 game a week, maybe 2.
Yeah.
And we'll get there. We almost had a Landry's purchase as well. Nearly happened.
Purchase. Well, I mean, we saw better itemization actually out of Closer. If he would have completed Leandri's, actually I think would have been worse than what he did. So that's pretty good.
Coming from the LS himself.
Yeah. He had a coupon.
Landry's
today,
salesman.
You know, so
yeah. Just buying one of your.
He put it on layaway.
One of your discount items.
Well, Teddy, 19.5 thousand damage. Kana also putting on a clinic up in top lane. I actually gave the MVP over to Closer, who doesn't have the most impressive stats here at the end game, but the removing of LeBlanc from the team comp, as well as the attention that he drew in the early stages, it affects the jungle in ways that can't really go underappreciated, and that influences the entire map. So there wasn't a whole lot going on, and so I just felt like Closer's early game influence was okay.
He froze. So that's all it took for LS to give him the big old pog vote. And we'll see who else votes for Closer after this one. After this short break, guys, we'll be right back.
다이브해도 돼. 다이브해도 돼 이거.
캐틀 노플, 캐틀 노플.
아 살짝 볼게.
타워 치자, 타워 치자.
갈게.
타워 치. 바텀 웨이브 있냐?
웨이브 있어.
바텀으로 가자.
자 가자 이거.
오케이 형이
어디?
1번 따로 가.
오케이.
아 메모리. 와 타워. 와 상무야 사랑한다.
야, 조직에 썼는데 이거
아니야 상무야 사랑해.
레이저가 더 센가 봐.
역시
이 큐가 안 맞네. 나베.
아 이거 데이 죽어준다고?
탔다 이거. 나 대신 죽어준 거야?
나 죽은 거야 이거.
죽은 거지 무조건.
죽었는데
소리였지.
저 캐년 보이고 있죠? 표식 소리 잡힙니다. 2대2예요 하면서. 글쎄요. 네, 이거 좀 봐야 될 것 같은데. 돌아오면 갈고리 그리고 여기서 타워니가 와! 저기 타이어 이거죠. 그리고 완벽한 도안방격입니다. 너구리도 있어요. 다 놓치고 말았어요. 그렇습니다. 그러면 갈리오 이제 소환하시 갈리오가 와서 접비 쪽으로 자 바로 바로 잡아주는 게 이게 거였어.
아, 6년 픽이네. 궁 꺼져.
보자, 써줘.
그 솔라이너와 레벨이 지금 똑같잖아요 계속.
그리고 이거 사갈 그리고 지원 영출을 가능. 빵 지원이 2개 3개. 와 고스까지 근데 다몬 야 진짜
나 공 있어. 공 또래.
가볼까?
형이 돼.
갈게.
해봐.
얘 노플.
야, 지렸는데 나 이거 뭐야? 야, 빨리 다 먹어. 밀어줄게.
이거 너무 억지 아니었나요? 아니 이게 클로저가 오긴 왔는데 그러면서 와우
에이밍 뒤쪽으로 전면 탈출.
그러면서
클로저가
길게 싸웠을 때 우위의 강점. 그래서 와 이거 트리플
클로저.
에이밍이 앞으로 나가면 전멸이 이런 식으로 빠져버리기 빌라디를 잡고 싶었는데 못 잡았고
그럼 클로저에게 팔도 깔리나요? 클로저.
테디가 옆구리로 나와요. 테디가
잡았어 클로저가.
테디가 나왔고 전멸을 이렇게 되면
클로저 한번 더.
결국
보러까지 위험.
그러면은 보도가 역주행해야죠. 최대한 역주행해야 되는데
안 됩니다.
클로저 테디 그나마 마지막에 시간이 잡으면서 솔킬 빠진 거 아닙니다. 싸우려고 밑에 브라운이 막았고 이렇게 브라운이 막았어요. 역습에서 반격하고 그래도 밀고 들어가는 거예요. 와 이거 역습이 시원하게 안 들어갔거든요. 체력이 많이 빠졌는데요. 그래서 알리스타 죽었어요. 알리스타 죽었어요. 앞에를 죽이면 누가 싸우란 말입니까? 플라이드 위험.
나눠진 건가요?
뭉치면 강한 것만데 미니언이 없으면 어쨌든 네.
4명이 열었어요. 또 달고 들어왔죠?
그냥 또 싸먹히고 뭐 미쳐 날뛰고 있는데요. 고급이고 뭐고 이거 뭐 채우는 속도보다 죽는 속도가 훨씬 빨라요.
고급 때 사라집니다.
자 그래서
그리고 다 끝났나요?
소라 죽었고요. G1
결국은 서밋이 탈출하는 듯 에이스를 띄웁니다.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They've lit the fuse.
你看到了吗？
They're gonna win. This is it.
that was T1 versus Korean Prince game number 1, and T1 grabbed the victory in game 1. Well, Korean tried to play Caitlyn with the recent buff. So this B1 Caitlyn was the signature card coming in from Korean Prince. And Bard together with Caitlyn, they have a very strong lane priority. And with LeBlanc on the mid lane, they were looking for lane priority on all three of the lanes, but at the same time, T1, they were able to pull off a really nice play with all the picks they took on the red side. With their comp overall, they were looking for that late game power spike. Well, outside of the draft, well, actually T1 was just outclassing Korean Prince with their mechanics and skill levels. Especially, they were able to bring more aggression on the Rift. Korean Prince, again, they were repeating some of their mistakes during the laning phase. As he mentioned, yes, Korean Prince, they took Caitlyn as B1 card, but they weren't able to utilize the strengths of this pick. If you actually just miss out your skill, you lose your pressure that you have during the laning phase. So as Bard missed his Q skill at that early phase of the game, Effort and Teddy was able to step forward. Because Bard, his Q was down, well, Effort just freely entered the brush and went for an engage. Well, that was a very easy kill coming out from Seth and Israel. And as Bard died in a very early phase of the game, Korean Prince was losing really hard at the beginning of this game. Secret, maybe he could avoid some of the fights with his magical journey, but overall, his performance was not on point all throughout the game. Because this is a competitive match and all 10 players are actually playing at their full focus level, but Secret was too kind of unfocused and controlled with the usage of his ability. Let's take a look at the other highlight. Kana looked so poised over here, but at the same time, it was Korean Prince that were actually wasting so many skill shots. Bard. It was too obvious that Korean Prince were looking for a kill onto Vladimir. Well, as a pro player, actually the player should have been more precise with the spell checks, especially even though Vladimir had his flash up, Bard chased him after with his flash together. Because Korean Prince, they kind of put in too much effort in the top lane fight. Well, Caitlyn was already dead at that point of the game. And that was definitely a huge losing trade on the side of Korean Prince, because 4 of the Korean Prince players were chasing Vladimir, but they couldn't get the kill. And then Caitlyn fell to 4 members of T1. T1 is coming back to their form, and with this underperformance coming out from Korean Prince, they were able to gobble them up and keep leveling up their performance. Let's take a look at the player of the game on the side of T1. There were some players that contributed really a lot of effort in the early phase of the game, and definitely it was effort on Seth this time around. Well, even though Seth was one of the high priority champion coming out from the support role, that was not some of the favorite champions for effort, but this time around he has proven himself that he can also pop off with this pick. Effort is definitely now on his best form, and we can tell that T1, they're speeding up their tempo. And a lot of people are saying that the playmakers, the support and junglers in T1, they are performing even better coming in from this week 7 and week 8. Effort picked up 8 votes out of 12. And some of the votes went over to Kana, Closer, and also Teddy. Vladimir also was able to have a power spike, which usually happens in the very late phase of the game. Korean Prince, they have to cut their losing streak. However, T1 kind of showed a huge defeat in all 5 lanes.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for the translation. I also did notice the diffie in all 5 of the lanes, so...
Ji-sun's been converted. Yep.
She's drinking the holy water, I can tell.
You actually don't want to drink holy water.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't do that.
It's very dirty, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Well, Effort getting the POG. And we'll see what T1 are going to do here in game number 2 as we get a substitution. Hybrid moving out for Trigger, but what do you want Hybrid to do when the support plays like that? I'm not totally sure. Maybe Trigger has some sort of a planned combo pick.
Hammerdinger. Yeah.
Well,
I solved it.
all right. Oh, and Mia. Okay, so historically, they've had some weird combos of champion.
Yeah.
Maybe we will indeed get a combo out from them here today. And perhaps that can be one of the things that helps Solly Prince try to stabilize inside of the game. But even if they manage to get something wonky and ahead on the bottom half of the map, I imagine it's going to go like Damwon series from earlier today, where even when Ruler and Life get ahead, it doesn't necessarily mean too much when you're falling apart everywhere else. Kana is going to sit there and look for some more solo kills.
Yeah, that's his goal. He wants to try to catch up to Marin.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any games left to do it, and given that he's going to collide with Nuguri, it's probably not going to be found there either, so DRX is one of the teams he can also hope to get some kills against, as well as Dynamics. T1 actually still has a couple of games left. He can do it. I believe in him.
Yeah, I mean, there's still time. It's not going to be easy. And I think Marin was 31 in regular season, and then he got 3 extra in playoffs. I want to see that number again as we get closer to it. For Kana, he's now at 24 after picking up one of the solo kills in the last game in the bottom lane. You guys will remember. Set is immediately going to be snatched up here.
And Karma being picked, as well as Ash. And so nothing super surprising, actually. Is going to come out of the bottom lane here, and wonder how T1 is going to elect to respond. Okay, they're handshaking. Ezreal is going to come in here for Teddy once again. Okay, Ezreal Zoe. And Set is a multi-flex right now between jungle, top, and support.
It's a pretty good start. We saw that Closer absolutely is proficient at Zoe. And it is a blind pick. Can be into Karma, depending on what Solly Prince want to do. As will we see the Lee Sin. There it is.
Yeah, it's locked in. And so Solly Prince, I mean, they're going with another solo queue premium, is what is going to end up happening here.
Solo queue premium. Sinner's Prime.
Not my prime.
Yes, Sinner's Prime.
Oh, man. Well, Rek'Sai getting vacuum banned, but if you're T1, you don't want Rek'Sai as your jungle when you have Ezreal and Zoe. So, doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and I imagine that means that Solly Prince is probably just going to continue to vacuum ban. T1 now, they ban away the LeBlanc, just taking away the solo queue champions off the board. Nautilus actually banned away. And the thing here is we could just get an enchanter.
I thought if they were going to ban a support, it would be Bard. I mean,
Bard is absolutely a bread and butter
yeah.
in a spot like this. You could also have Sona come out as a support.
Whoa.
If Karma ends up being shown as the support early. So for instance, if Sully One Prince pick a champion that doesn't lead you to believe that Karma can still be pivoted into mid or something, then you could have an Enchanter come out. Okay, so Syndra is going to be here. And so, again, I mean, they're just answering lanes. That's all that's happening right now. They're just trying to lane counter all across the board, regardless of how synergistic the team comp is, or how it...
Synergistic?
Right.
Synergistic?
Yeah, nice.
Their comp is very synergistic, in fact.
Leona now coming in, though, as a means to reach onto Syndra or even Ashe in the later stages. Jace coming in as a blind for Kana. And we'll see what Sully One Prince want to do. The issue here is that Jace beats some of Ixu's like special picks, like Alawi. Becomes very problematic. Now this Pantheon's interesting because it can be flex top and it can also just stay support, and you can have Karma in the top. Now, there's slight difference between the two. If you have Karma up in top, her oppressiveness at 16 to 18 minutes is very different because she has more gold. And it converts very differently into the 3-item game against Ezreal Zoe, where you eventually get the death cap. And so it gives Sully One Prince one more, I guess you could say like a third wind or something that can try to resist against T1. But if you have Pantheon up in top and Karma in support, you have a lot more early game potency to try to get ahead, but it'll come at the cost of second and third dragon being weaker unless you do get ahead.
And we haven't seen Sully One Prince get ahead very often, so they're going to have to switch something up and see if they can actually fight back against T1. As we're going to take a look here at some of the compositions. Obviously, an amazing amount of poke to start off, and they do have some great backline access too with Leona set. So there is that. The Zoe and the Ezreal, of course, can be very flexible at the same time, so I feel like their comp is working pretty well together.
Well, Syndra, Lee Sin, we'll see what they can end up getting done with it as the combo, but the thing is that Sully One Prince's team comp, it has no leg to stand on if it doesn't get ahead very early. And so it feels like this is going to be one of those games where it's going to be decided in the first 14 minutes or so. We'll see what they can manage to do with it.
Let's see what happens here as we're going to hop onto the Rift for the second time of this match. 68. You and I will be back here tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I don't have Atlas for like a few weeks. You know what's
really
new? I think so, yeah.
Wow, rigged.
Yeah, rigged indeed, yeah. They're breaking up the POG states.
Yeah, I don't know why that is.
If you tuned into the last one, you know, it's,
is that why?
That's it. Exactly why.
You
he
guys
ran off with Teddy.
Yeah,
That's
you guys said Teddy. He's irresistible, I
yeah.
understand.
Now we have this forbidden love, so, you know, it's not...
Makes sense. Atlas ran off with someone else. And
yeah, finally.
He found a new flame. It's the way it works, right? Well, Trigger might be in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah.
Ooh,
flashes
that one.
Yeah, from the paddle star, and that is definitely going to be a welcome advantage. And now Ashe with the potion down as well. Mia's going to throw back a sphere at Ezreal's face. And things are looking really rough right now. So Sully One Prince is going to start off with a disadvantage in bottom. Closer with a Scorch in mid lane.
Yeah, don't know about that one. Scorch coming in. Do have the mana flow ban for Syndra, no Nimbus Cloak. As she is definitely one of the champions where you might want to consider not going Nimbus Cloak. I'm not sure how Mia missed that one.
Nice spear.
Yeah. Teddy is 3 and 4 on Ezreal.
Yeah.
That's not good for, you know, how many games this team has won. They're on the doorstep of 10-4 in series, and he's only 3-4 on a pick that he was very well known for.
And I like what, I mean, meanwhile, on the flip side, I mean, it's the first pick for Ixu, but I like what they're doing. They're taking Grass Karma as a means to try to neutralize Kana and at least survive, is pretty much what he's going to be trying to do up there in top lane. Is Karma, she's one of the best neutralizers in the game, so they found success on that front. And we'll see if Kana can manage to overcome it here.
You can see that, okay, we're going to get this combo on a closer as the Q lands, and he's going to flash away. There it is. The first blood comes in. As there was a little bit of a hiccup in the middle of the fight, but it ends up working out.
And so Mickey finds the stun, has the teleport advantage as well over Zoe here. Cuz is going to maybe hold the wave. He's just taking one minion, and he's pulling it up, and he's threatening a freeze. And okay, so Mickey has TP, so this isn't the end of the world. But this is so big for closer because Mickey now has to TP to his turret, or he's doing the furthest most back minion.
Yeah.
And the reason that he's forced to do this is because if Set is still there, things can get a little bit dicey. But if he doesn't do this TP...
Oh, what?
Okay.
He picked up Ignite here, too.
That's really cool.
Mickey's dead.
That is really
cool.
1,400
going on?
1,400 in that one, Valdez.
This champion exists. Keck W. That's the way I feel.
Oh, man.
Here's Cuz. And that might have just broken the spirit.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, Ixu's actually, yeah, he's, well...
He's Karma, so I think he should be fine, but they might be able to get the flash.
I think he's
You think so?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's dead.
Okay, well, he's going to flash extremely late,
Oh!
and he's still going to get out.
So, the true damage of the Haymaker didn't land. So, Ixu ends up surviving. He should have been dead there. And that is a very big breath of fresh air. Now, Ixu just came off of a teleport, though, so he may as well be dead. So, Kana about to return to top lane off the teleport, fully healed. Full mana restore. And right here, this is a really good lane timing. You can see the cannon minion is threatening to freeze, as there's only a few spellcasters remaining. Closer's lane in a really rough spot. Even if Lee Sin fails to kill Zoe, it's a pressure game in the sense that, well, just says goodnight.
Oh.
Yeah, Kana trying to go for the solo kill there, but Grasp the Undying Karma.
Yeah.
Definitely a scary thing. Now, let's take a look at what transpires here. Flash over, misses the bubble, picks up Proto Belt, goes on to Syndra. Does it all get her?
Uses his Ignite, and takes the second flash. Well, yeah, that champion exists still. Having a fun time there in mid lane. And he's very good at the champion, too, because he was able to pick up the Proto Belt. That's very, very good mechanics. Zoe mechanics.
Only the best.
Yeah. You need that or Redemption. And it's funny because I think in that case, the Proto Belt was actually better because it cleared the wave, stopped him from taking any damage as, well, okay, never mind.
Yeah, Trigger almost has the flash available, and so I imagine that that is what maybe they're trying to capitalize on while the flash is still on cooldown with that Zenith Blade, but doesn't really matter. Closer can just crash in this wave. Really nice stun by Mickey to get a trade back onto Zoe. And not a whole lot going on here, though, but T1, they find themselves on even footing, and being on even footing in gold at this stage of the game, it's a victory. Because Sully One Prince are supposed to be ahead pretty much everywhere, but they're failing to do so.
Cuz is bottom lane right now. He's going to run into Mia and break some faces, but now they're going on to Trigger, who will have to blow Flash and Cleanse. As in goes Kuma, he's level 6, but he's kind of alone.
Oh! Effort, taking a spear.
Yeah.
Honestly, these have to hurt. You know, you have to wonder what League Okay, is that a redemption?
Are
you kidding?
I think he might be done here. He's got the blasting clone. It doesn't matter. As all the W more sparkles come in, and Mia's also dead. Here comes Kuma, though. Going to be looking to back and not get in there. As a couple of kills straight up in the lanes are being picked up now by T1.
Well, this is really looking like it has the same makings as game number 1. They're falling behind in lanes that they're not supposed to fall behind in. Is that another redemption?
Yeah, and also Trigger's dead. He didn't even have to smash him down there. Come on, cuz.
Honestly, Steve has got some work to do because it seems like Joe Marsh has has been influencing someone at Riot with these redemption rolls. I have no idea what's going on. Joe needs to explain himself.
Yeah, this is out of control now. Oh, man. Yeah, he had it, and Mickey uses stun. No flash available, no cleanse. As easy as that.
Well, it really is. I mean, you're tilted out of your mind, by the way, if you're Mickey. You're in another galaxy at this point. Mia, I don't even know what Mia's doing, man. The wave is in front of Ash, and she can't even trade, even if he follows up. So I don't understand. Comes in, face breaker. I mean, Trigger, I would be triggered too, honestly, if my...
He hex flashed into the middle brush. Did the Ash not see it?
Well,
because after that, he just ran at her. And that was it.
Definitely a Diffie in the team.
Yeah.
That's
the
what's going on.
The only one who's not having fun is Kana, because he has to lane against Karma. And I suppose that Ixu's not having too much fun either. That was a interesting flash, but the Q is going to go down, and now Ixu might die.
No, Karma Shield.
Yeah. Karma Shield and Lee Sin Shield comes in. That's a nice little shock blast, because he's busy taking out the ward. Don't worry about him.
I like the call on the Jace as well. Mountain Dragon still hasn't been picked up by either team yet. And Trigger and Mia shoving out the wave. And don't really have any clear opening to do anything. Now, this game, I'm wondering where Teddy's actually going to go. Iceborne has so much value, but given that he's getting so far ahead, he might just go for the Trinity Force and try to close out super early. There's even, I guess, extra incentive because you have Mountain Dragon, so you get a little bit of extra armor on the Iceborne Gauntlet if you would purchase it. Teddy is just having a pretty nice time here. Oh,
wow.
Not a good look.
He didn't even get the slow. Here comes Mia. He's got his Z up, so he dropped it really early. Okay, that's actually going to end up being a good trade for T1 somehow. After all of that, as here comes Cuz. If you weren't tilted already, now you're even more tilted. As Closer decides, well, I want the flash, so I'm going to take 2 turret hits. Cuz is actually going to flash away there.
It's Conqueror versus...
Oh, he died.
Yeah, he dies as well, but, I mean, it's absolutely worth. So, this game is long over, I think, honestly, at this point. Zoe is just so big in this game. I can't imagine how they're going to answer Zoe and Ezreal in the mid-late game. Let's take a look at how this transpires. So, Closer goes in. Mickey cannot wave clear fast enough. He gets hit by the bubble and flashes after the bubble's been applied. Kuma goes on to Cuz, and because it's not Conqueror set, he actually has to disengage, respecting the Conqueror of the Lee Sin. The thing that strikes me weird, though, is that he can flash later and wait for Lee Sin to be committed, and then Zoe can always clean up and then get the wave. As played, Closer does end up dying, takes Kuma with him, and Cuz ends up living. Monomune on Jace as well, so they're really going hard with the poke and siege that they're going to have in mid-game available to them. So Jace, Ezreal, and... You gonna,
No, I don't even want to say anything.
Call the ambulance, or should I? Maybe the morgue. Honestly,
yeah.
I don't know.
Call 119.
Yeah. Oh, I had to call 119 the other night.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the person running the LCK Global Twitter got kidnapped.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw that.
Wow.
So had to call.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I had to call the police on that one.
Yeah. Well. Closer. Oh, that's a nice little maneuver. Closer's going to get shut down. That's a good play by Kuma. It's going to silence some of the T1 happiness, I suppose.
Well, 3,500 gold lead almost. As, ooh, kind of spacing right at the edge of the turret radius. Very nice.
Still
On
loses
the
'cause it's top karma.
Yeah, top karma with double armor items and grass.
He's going in, and, well, Mia's here. There you go. He's going to shut him down. And meanwhile, Akuma's going to take that Mountain Drake finally at 12 and 30, or rather 45 seconds. As a couple of wins going the way of Saudi One Prince. Not the cleanest couple of plays from T1.
No, for sure. And oh! Go right, go, okay, Arcane Shift. All right, here we go.
Here comes the tether into victory for Ixu. Yeah, so he's going to
I like what Teddy just did, but...
Yeah, well, there's the arrow. Okay, nice little miss.
What a sinful champion.
Slow is going to come in as finally he is going to die, but so is Effort.
Karma's actually not sinful at all, but
yeah,
he is one of the holiest. However, you just feel dirty watching it, though.
Yeah,
like that
so
is,
gross.
How
top
it is.
Karma. Tank top Karma with Grasp is always not so much fun because is lining it up here. And he's going to hand it over to his teammate. There goes down Mia as we're having a lot of action in this game. Everybody has just thrown caution to the wind. And somehow Closer has died 3 times, but we don't talk about that.
It definitely is tier 1 solo queue premium here tonight in the second series. As let's take a look at how the ooh, I really like it. And Trigger has no idea.
Okay.
This is okay. Ward placed. Two shot barrage.
궁대.
And
하나, 둘, 셋, 지금.
1, 2, 3 now. I don't think that's how to count. I'm not so sure that's you know, the speed at which that goes, but ends up working nonetheless. Closer getting kicked back into Solid One Prince in the replay.
That was some pretty satisfying audio too. The kick flash definitely feels good whenever you do that as a Lee Sin player. And we just know that Soda One Prince, they're never going to back down. Even from behind, this is not a team that says, okay, we got to play safe. They're like, who can we kill next? Where's our next target? So, even though they don't win very often, they do create a lot of high action, high octane solo queue experience here for us, which is always fun.
Yeah, and I mean, basically what's happening in this game is Solid One Prince, they need to find some sort of explosive. Now, one of the things that strikes me as very bizarre, Ixu has a very big Build-A-Bear going on. Looks like he's going to go for the Iceborne Gauntlet, but because he's going for the iteration of Tank Karma, he doesn't get access to his support items until way later in the game. And then his mid-late game transition is further stunted because of the loss of the ability to have Rabadon's Death Cap to convert into shield power. So, definitely a little unfortunate because his whole team lost. So any of the oppressiveness by Tank Karma is not there.
Look at Kuma go, man. This guy is angry.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm done with our team losing.
Isn't Kuma the name of the bear in Tekken?
I think it is.
Yeah, right? Is that what he means by
Pretty
his name?
sure it is.
Maybe he's a knee fan. That could be it.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to ask him when they reverse sweep and he picks up player of the game for game 2.
Well.
You never know.
Let's see if that is possible.
GLP picked up there by Closer, doing really well.
And yeah, the Zoe rolls truly have been exquisite here. Cloud Drake is up in a minute. Okay, well,
wow.
Back from Lee Sin.
Teddy's like, I see you. I see you. Target on his back. Kana's just innocently farming, PvEing, and then he gets ganked here.
Yeah, not really much he's able to do. Mickey just going to insta-wave clear on Syndra. Going to go for, it looks like the Banshee's Veil second item here on the Syndra. Very good against the Jace, Ezreal, and Zoe to not just get insta-clapped. Also good against the Solar Flare by Leona. However, the T1 champions, I mean, Ezreal and Jace especially, they can proc it off relatively easily. But still, against Zoe, Bubble, and Leona ult, lots of value. And okay, well...
Oh, he just accepts it! And then he flashes! Well, he's definitely dead. We'll see who else they can take out. It looks like it's only going to be Mickey. Yeah, if there's a Leona ult about to hit you with 4 enemy members right next to you, definitely flash away from it.
Well, Rift Herald number 2 gonna be summoned here. Tier 2 turret. Call was already completed, by the way, by Kana, so that's in his inventory waiting to be sold to get his first lethality item. This Herald is...
boy.
Oh,
he nearly
go for a
predicted
prediction.
too. Yeah. Nice little play. Efforts in the front here, and who is baiting who? Look at Teddy. He actually arcane shifted forward. Not scared of 4 members, but that's going to be the stun. Immediate cleanse comes out, even though he didn't know Mickey was coming. That was quick.
Superplex into the wall, and okay.
Ixu over the wall this time. There's the ult down, though, but that's a lot of damage on Nakana as Mickey is going to find him. And how did T1 end up in this position? Feels like I'm not the first time I'm saying this either. Ixu, you got to be careful, buddy. He's going to try to lock him down. There it is, and he is tanky enough.
Karma is...
The kick will come in, and that will be the end of Teddy, as there is the unofficial ace over T1 here in the middle of game 2.
And don't close your eyes. Close your eyes, close your eyes. I wish I closed mine. Valdez, you can still save yourself.
Morellinomicon.
You saw it too.
Yeah.
I feel like Samara, you know, we got 7 days now.
You know, we really gotta shut down the second W. Lee Sin. He's got some lifesteal there.
Well, we take a look at how it all transpires. So, like you said, Mickey just accepts his fate, flashes after all of the CC came out. T1 summons the Rift Herald in mid, but time and time again, we've seen this from teams globally all around the world. They're willing to lose their life over 500 gold, a percent of which is dispersed amongst teammates. And it just doesn't make any sense. All the jungle camps are up, blue buff is up, everything is completely devoid of logic at this point. They just want to end the game because they're probably feeling like, well, we're just so far ahead, we can't lose this. Mickey ends up lighting up Cuz. Teddy not really able to do anything here. And remember, he committed the arcane shift into the flashback to just get 1 kill. It was not imperative to win the game, and there's no real answer to the karma for Teddy here in this highlight. And so now this is Solly 1 Prince with 2 dragons. They're still probably going to lose the game 95% of the time or something. But
this is the first step.
This would be the first step to clawing back into the game. Banshee's Veil was complete on Syndra.
Goal difference barely went down.
Yeah, not a whole lot after getting 5 kills.
Yeah.
So. They did get the dragon. We'll see what else they can do. Also, Closer did lose to Shopkeeper. Boris takes another victim.
Is that also from the lore specialist? Okay, well, this guy is dead. As down he goes, that's going to be a bit of damage from the True Shot Barrage. Mia has to flash away from there, and the poke is really coming in as Teddy is going to eventually take him down. There you do go. Just a casual couple of kills as they're just pushing the bottom lane.
And at this point, things are looking more and more grim as time passes. T1 just playing ping pong now with waves. Now, the thing is that they don't have as clear of an ending that's mapped out, given that they don't have like soul point spawning anytime soon. Kuma he's waiting. He is waiting in eternity. Now, the funny thing here is that he's a Lee Sin trying to kick a Frozen Fist Ezreal or a Leona. Look at that champion.
Oh, the bait maneuvers! Do they have it? That's going to be a missed True Shot Barrage. Effort is going to die, but they trade their Pantheon for it, so the 2 supports are going to be taken out now. and the action never stops. 27 kills, 22 minutes.
This is a very high action-packed game, and this is coming from T1 as well, by the way, who they had some of the lowest kill counts. Yeah, kill counts per minute in the LCK, but really spicing things up here. Looks like Rabadon's Death Cap going to be the third item for Zoe. And we take a look at this fight right here. Facebreaker gets the stun, Superflex backwards. Closer ends up picking up the kill onto Ixu. True Shot Barrage comes out. And then Battlestar.
Red buff ticking from Teddy gets the kill.
Yeah, and I mean, Kuma, you can't really imagine what he's thinking about here. He almost actually dies himself. He's trying to kick two super big armor targets. Not really any hope in sight. Pantheon tries to get a kill onto Ezreal as well, not able to really find
burst here in the front. That's going to be effort. Will be eventually taken out. Mickey with the flash Q, but now he's going to pay the iron price. Down he goes. Throws out his ultimate at the end, and Cuz is so tanky. They just don't have the damage to take him out right now. Snipe from miles away. Love your reaction. It's exactly what I was thinking.
40 seconds. I have no idea what that Ruby Crystal is by Ixu, by the way. He's had it.
Leandries.
No. He's had it since before he completed Frozen Fizz. I genuinely have no idea.
Yeah,
He lost to Boris, too. That's actually, he's like, he was in the shop and he's like,
scammed him out of 400.
well, I'd like the gauntlet. And then Boris says, well, how about this Ruby Crystal?
Is that his voice? Is that what Boris sounds like?
It is now. like a Disneyland character. Very fitting. And in the fight here, I mean, Mia not able to really dish out enough damage. And like you were saying, Cuz is just so tanky. I mean, this team fight, 4T1, if they lose it, it does make the game very spicy, though. Because all of a sudden, it's a soul point. And no matter how far behind you are, getting soul, unless it's Cloud, can just outright make you win the... Okay.
Yeah, the poke is real. And here comes Kana, flashed away and kicked over to the enemies. And they're eventually going to take him out, but the rest of the team is suffering so much. Ixu just not here. He's not able to shield his team. As Mia is eventually going to be taken out here. And Teddy's not done. He wants this kill, and he will be able to get it.
Yep, well, Mantra W there for Ixu to try to get the heal. Yeah.
That's going to be it. The ace comes in, only sacrificing Kana. As it looks like effort is done with this one. He's like, guys, can we just push bot? Like,
well, they don't have enough time. They're going to be able to get the turret for sure. They might. No, they're not going to push on for the. Oh no. Well, I mean, they could get the turret. Oh, they certainly could have gotten the turret. I mean, because Leona is blocking for Ezreal, so he has Iceborne Gauntlet, Death Stance. There's no way Lee Sin is killing you. And if Lee Sin would try to jump onto him, you just Q him or you E him as Leona, and you certainly raise the turret. But backing off a little bit prematurely. In the replay here, Haymaker ends up whipping. Doesn't really matter. Shock Blast by Kana on the right-hand side. Leaps forward, gets kicked back onto the low ground, which ends up causing him to die shortly thereafter. Mickey able to dish out quite a lot of damage. Mia getting 1v1'd by the set. The Dragon even wants some action. As Teddy went over on the right-hand side. Mantra W by Ixu trying to get as much HP as possible. Effort was going to the north to try to get a flank in the event that Karma would live any longer, or Teddy had really bad mechanics. That could have
yeah,
been one of the things.
Those things don't go well together. Those two phrases you just said. And now he's got double buff. And he doesn't actually have the biggest gold gap in the lanes. It does go over to Kana, who has a lot more gold than the Karma. As here we go, we're pushing down mid. If Trigger didn't dodge that, he'd probably be at half health right now.
Yeah.
That is the current state of the game that we're in.
And we just see the split pushes unfolding. Karma finally getting her utility items. finally that Ruby Crystal's been used for something. So, gonna be going Redemption next. Is Karma. Death Cap was completed by Zoe. And Ezreal doubling down on the resistances as well. Hexdrinker picked up just to make it that much harder for Syndra to do anything. So QSS, Hexdrinker, Death Stance, and a Frozen Fist. 169 armor, 132 magic resist. Must be nice. Must be nice, yeah.
He's a tank that can two-shot your AD carry.
Yeah, long-range tank that, you know, it's pretty nice.
Yeah. Does he qualify as a wizard in this case?
Ooh, I think he's a mage, yeah.
A mage, yeah. Not really a warlock, though.
No, definitely not a warlock.
Doesn't really have the same pedigree as Ornn does.
Yeah. Ornn has it all, actually.
Yeah, only he does.
Yep.
And he can build anything. He's very talented.
He absolutely can, yeah.
Unlike Ezreal.
Well, Ornn, you know.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
We're going to take the Baron now, says T1, and Sinners Plus are thinking about getting on in there. Can they do it? Closer's just he's a siege cannon. He's a tank. Siege tank. That's what I was trying to get at here. They're going to actually pull off the Baron for some reason.
They back up off of it. And Cousin Effort is respecting everything that's going on. It's almost a 10,000 gold lead here. And realistically, things are looking pretty doomed if you are a Solo One Prince fan, as with T1 having won the last Ocean Dragon, it makes it that much more doomed for Solo One Prince, because it just bought T1 even more time to keep getting more utility items to make the fights that much smoother for them. And Karma has been stunted. Lee Song going for the Death Stance as the next item, which I'm not really sure why, but he is. Everything else not lining up super well right now for Solo One Prince.
Oh boy. This is 5-on-1. Everybody bully Mia. Well, I guess that Kana wasn't there, as in we go. That's going to be denied by the set ultimate. No play comes in. Nice little stun there. Teddy has to cleanse to get out of that one. And now with Ixu coming over, he's pretty tanky himself, and they're going to respect that. And even with T1 so far ahead, you can see they're very respectful of the enemy team. As well, as I say that, they're not going to respect Trigger too much, as down he goes. Closer nearly dies, gets ulted by Mickey. Going in now is Effort, gonna force the flash out of Ixu, but do they have the damage? That is a big face breaker now out of the Cuz, as in goes, I don't even know what's going on. They're all just inting in down into the mid lane, and that is going to be the end of this one. T1 will be able to push into the mid lane at about 31 minutes and take away the second game, as they were predicted to, up against Solo One Prince here. And oh man, they're even BMing. Get out here. Oh! They missed. Oh! Got him.
Love shot.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice. GG. That's going to be the end of that one. They pick up an extra kill, although Teddy just halved his KDA.
Yeah.
He only had one death, now he has two after that play, so definitely not worth it for him. But there you go. Seems like Cameraman thinks that Closer should pick up the player of the game. And Solo One Prince having a little bit of fun there towards the end. They knew they were very far behind, not much they could do to come back in that one. I thought that Kuma showed some pretty nice moments in that game, but it was just a little bit too little too late for their team.
Yep. And Teddy having pretty good performance here tonight on Ezreal. T1, they got a little bit overeager at that mid-tier 3 turret, if you remember, but otherwise a very clean night to close it out. As Effort, now on our screen here, also having a pretty good night for himself. Kana not quite able to rack up the level of solo kills that he might have hoped for here in tonight's series. And Solo One Prince coaching staff trying to just console the players They move on to not a very great record.
Yeah, I believe they are 1-13 now after the loss to T1.
Yeah, and Sully One Prince, I mean, you look at the remainder of their schedule, they have Damwon coming up, they have DRX, they have KT. I mean, everything is just looking hopeless pretty much for them. Their best chances against Dynamics.
Yeah.
Pretty much in upcoming weeks. So I think that's pretty much all she wrote there.
Yeah. Well, at least there's no relegation. So
yeah, true.
At least maybe towards the end they can say, let's put on a good performance and just try to show our stuff. Because once franchising comes in, you know, we don't know which organizations or which teams are going to be selected, but every player and every team would like to put on their best face, right? And say like, hey, you know, we have potential, we can do well, we can make things work, even down to the wire. So every single game does matter for pretty much everybody here in the LCK.
Well, I mean, T1, it's a very important victory for them here tonight, and also to do it in 2-0 fashion. Very nice.
Yeah.
As every win counts now. Because Damwon and DRX, they look like they're going to be untouchable for their standings. Damwon really looking like they're just going to lock in first, and this was the 1400 years by Closer. Getting in there, picking up the flash, going forward. So he's a pretty cool champion, honestly.
Oh, and he did it again.
Yeah. Gets the redemption. And Mickey, I mean, just not having the best of performance here. Okay, all right, this is abuse, honestly.
What is this highlight reel? It's like, let's take a look at how many times.
Open for business right now. That is not something that's going on.
Mickey, yeah.
I'm surprised, to be honest with you. Why did Cuz flash? Because the minion wave was right there, so Lee Sin can't get back on. So that was very peculiar. As that was the flash arcane shift usage. Couldn't get the kill onto Trigger. Miggy comes flying in. Stuns Teddy, who uses the cleanse. And superplex forward, but Ixu has the flash available, so Cuz finds himself in a pretty doomed spot. Kana ends up dying as well, but I mean, it just wasn't enough to come back.
No, it was not. It was T1 just kind of playing with their food a little bit, and yeah, at this point, insane gold, insane damage numbers. Everybody's just being poked down before the fight even begins, and then we just pick them off like flies. And nobody was safe. Even Ixu, who didn't get away towards the end, as that's the...
okay, let's go Dragon.
Yeah.
Center no flash. So, someone said, let's go Dragon. And everyone ignored it. So I don't know who that was. They had the best idea at one point, but Sully One Prince jumping right on in.
Mia's like, take me.
Oh, yeah. They had the best idea for safety is what they were going for. But the rest of T1 not wanting to listen to it. They sense blood in the water. They rush forward and get all the kills. They end the game.
Yeah, and that was the end of that one. But they had one more job to do. That was to kill Trigger.
내가 간다 그러면. 아 너무 많이 죽어서 좀. 아 이거 뭐야? 못 죽이는데? 오. 아비 오케이 나이스. 나이스.
Got him. There you go. Teddy, most damage in the game. He is a tank machine with lots of mobility, who also does the most damage in the game by far.
Yeah.
And chunks all your squishies.
Pretty cool.
Has AoE damage,
okay.
Slow ability.
All right, you're really selling me on this one.
Yeah. He also has a lot of skins.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like it, I like
he
it.
Spend a lot of money.
Okay.
He is very versatile, goes with a lot of different compositions.
Okay.
He can pretty much have any support play with him and be okay.
All right.
Yeah.
I'd like to be one of Helios.
Great. Well, Teddy's going to pick up the player of the game. It's only his second player of the game of Summer, which is pretty insane. And he's going to pick it up here for the Ezreal.
And I gave my vote over to Closer, just because removing Syndra from the game is integral, because she's the only champion that resists Ezreal Zoe.
Yeah, these highlights are not really Teddy highlights either.
Yeah, this is striking me as
like even
really
this is
bizarre.
a Q.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure what.
I mean, he basically had like a. He got ganks in the bottom lane, you remember, as well. And, like, he got fed because of his teammates' plays, so I don't really understand the vote there.
I'm curious to know what it was.
Yeah, I really want to see the amount of votes.
Yeah.
If we could get that, please. We do have a lot of Teddy fans. 10
out of 12.
10 out of 12. 2 people voted for mid. I wonder who the other one was.
Was it me and Teddy?
You and Teddy?
Kinda?
One Korean caster. So
you tried. No,
yeah.
You tried.
You guys tried. If I had a vote, I would have voted for Kana. Anyway, guys, no, I'm just kidding. We are going to go into the player of the game interview with a couple of fine members over here, as I'll hand it over to Jisa.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason with DWG Translation, and let's hear from the bottom duo from T1 picking up 2-0 win up against Haru and Prince. How are you feeling, guys? Well, I'm happy that we got 2-0, and also the bottom duos got the MVP or the POG. I'm happy that we can get another 2-0 clean sheet victory and extend our winning streak. Effort! You have the third most POGs among all the supports, followed by Pearl and Korea. I'm confident in the playmaking supports, and also that's how I'm picking up all the POGs, I guess. I'll keep doing hard work. Let's go back to game number 1, the pick and ban. The last pick was Vladimir, and this was your first support set game of the split. Was that the first intention? So, well, Seth was a flex pick, so we were keeping in mind that we can rotate it to the support as well. And Teddy, Caitlyn got buffed recently, so it was taking off on the solo queue as well, and Caitlyn and Bard comp is really strong, especially during the laning phase. However, T1 weren't too worried about the Caitlyn pick. Caitlyn is not an easy champion to pilot. And I wasn't too worried about playing up against Caitlyn at the same time unless they pick a really abusing competition for the laning phase. And together with effort, you guys are able to pick up kills in early phase, but outside of that, were you guys confident that you will have a very comfortable laning phase? Yeah, I mean, whenever their flash is down, well, we knew that we will be able to make kills. And I think effort did a great job. Yeah, so it was really important to shut down Caitlyn Bard comp before they get too fed. So were you guys confident that you will win the game at the early phase of the game? I mean, if I was the one picking up that kill, well, I would be even more comfortable. But effort, well, after that kill, he was able to roam around the map. That was not an easy situation for me to ill the kill over to Teddy, so I had to pick it up. And in that last dive, in the end, did you hear the Kana saying, "I love you, effort"? Did you die for him? I went in for a kill, but somehow I was tanking the aggro from the fountain, so I was unlucky, but I was able to save Kana's life. So in game number 1, you were super aggressive, like re-engaging again, and then game number 2, you were still very aggressive, unlike the spring split, telling the teammates to go for raise the turret. Well, I mean, I guess my teammates are having a great time, so I'm together enjoying it. Let's move on to game number 2. Trigger Mia subbed in on the side of Tere and Prince. and those two players are the ones that go for a lot of unconventional picks. Senna Heimerdinger or Senna Wukong. Yeah, those are some of the favorite picks from Trigger and Mia. But well, outside of that, we knew that we will be able to have a very smooth game. What about Ash Pantheon? I mean, Ash Pantheon is definitely a really strong comp, but our comp also had a really great skill set to follow our jungler's gank attempts, and also we have a burst damage to just solo kill or one-shot the opponents. We have a question about Closer as well. He got 2 solo kills on the mid lane. Whenever he gets a solo kill, does the teammates like you or like jungler, top laner, the experienced players kind of trying to encourage him more or trying to keep him controlled and poised? We don't really like give him a specific compliment. But still, I can see that effort Teddy wearing a very proud smile on their face. Speaking of Closer, I mean, we compliment him after the game about his great plays, but during the games we have to focus up, so we don't really like share praises. In game number 2, you guys did pick up a win, but there were a lot of mistakes and it was really volatile, having a lot of actions and kills. Was that the team's strategy? Kind of going for more of an aggressive style? Not like something strategic. I think we just got ganked a lot and we got cut out a lot. Well, because we were trying to play a little bit more aggressively, we kind of ended up making more kill and deaths at the same time. But at the end, some of the players, especially Teddy, was telling Closer, like, it's okay to die a lot. I mean, dying a lot can be another experience as a pro player or something like that. Well, I also agree with Teddy because you have to kind of die a lot in order to kind of learn the angles that you might die. So I think that can be really helpful for Closer to improve furthermore. So, you are facing up against some of the stronger teams as time goes by. How far can T1 go? We are still a little bit behind to the condition that we had when we won the Spring Split, so we have a long way to go. You're comparing to your full potential, right? Yes. Our next opponent will be Team Dynamics, and they were able to take down T1 in round 1. Yeah, it was a disappointment that we lost to Team Dynamics, so I think we have to get our revenge on Team Dynamics in the second round robin. I heard you have some friends over Team Dynamics as well. Yes, I do, but I mean, because we lost in the first round, I think we have to focus up and perform better. So this will be the end of the interview with Effort Teddy, the bottom duo of T1, picking up 2-0 win up against Horeon Prince. So with this clean sheet victory, let's check out whether T1 has changed their standings in the LCK.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation as we take a look here at the standings. And in fact, their standing has not changed. They are still in 4th, even though they are also 10-4, just like Gen G. But they do have 2 less game wins overall. So even though they are on a 4-game winning streak, they're going to have to keep it up if they want to try to climb the rankings here. You'll also notice that because of this, they still haven't locked a playoff spot, which is very interesting.
Yeah, and the thing about this as well is that Gen G, they have a pretty easy lineup coming for them in the upcoming weeks, whereas T1 does not. T1, not only do they encounter Damwon, in the same exact week they encounter DRX. So that is it's a bit of a nightmare schedule for them.
Yeah.
That it's going to be interesting to see what happens, but we have to pay attention to Afrika, who's coming up tomorrow versus Dynamics. KT versus Hanwha Life. Very big matchup for KT as well. and we'll see what ends up happening.
Yeah, we will have to see. I think that, of course, Afrika don't have their playoff spot locked or anything like that. So both Dynamics and KT are going to be looking to take wins to try to challenge Afrika, who is in the best spot right now for that 5th and final spot to play in the wild card match for the playoffs. But anything can happen here. We have about 3 weeks left. I suppose 11 days left over. So still many more games to play. But that's going to do it for us, guys. Thank you so much for watching once again. And we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK.
The world has changed and I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in the dark, I'd see. You've always believed and have faith in me. You'll always be my hero. Love you for everything you've done. You'll always be my hero. Faith in you like the rising sun. I feel so strong. I feel the freedom to be who I can be. You'll always be my hero. Give me everything I need. Everything I need. You have faith in me. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in the dark, I'd see. You've always believed and have faith in me. You'll always be my hero. I love you for everything you.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生